Go to the next slide. So here's the topics. I'll do the projects, then we'll have the bond polling results, the discussion for bonds, then the election discussion. So that'll be the order that we'll deliver it in. Then we'll take questions at the end. So next slide. Here's that's good, right? I'll do the projects. We'll have the bond polling results, the discussion for bonds, then the election discussion. So that'll be the order that we'll take questions tonight. Next slide back. I shouldn't be able to hear that. That's good, right? I'll do the projects and the bond polling results.
No way. I can't hear a thing.
Yeah.
What they're saying.
If you mean talking, I'm getting feedback from
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
That's it.
Over there. It's like underneath. Okay, let's go underneath. Oh, let me have it here. Yeah, okay. Yes. Oh, there you go. Thank you.
1960s, like, you know. Okay, so let's walk through these projects and then, of course, write down questions you may have towards the end. So the first project you see up there, the Northeast Campus, as you well know, we have phase 1 going on right now with 2 programs coming out, opening in August of 25. And that'll be advanced manufacturing and a welding program. And then we'll have the addition of the EV hybrid vehicle addition onto our automotive program there at the Southeast Campus. Phase 2 is the redesign of the pharmacy tech and medical assisting program. The office space and the front entry door to enter from the north side of the building. Right now, pharmacy tech and medical assisting are utilizing one single lab, and they're on top of each other. There's just no space there. So we're going to reorganize that, the office space, and get one up top, one down bottom. Then we're going to be adding IT security there, and then we'll add a program to replace medium heavy diesel once that program leaves and goes to the Agua Fria campus. So that's the first project. Second project you see up there is South Peoria campus, which is at 101 in Peoria. When completed, it's probably going to be closer to 10 programs rather than 7 to 8. We think it should be closer to 10. The Northwest campus is 2 or 3 acres smaller than that, and they have 12 programs there. So it's going to be closer to probably 9 or 10 programs there. And I did a little research today, and I didn't realize this, but there are probably, I think I counted 20 or 21 high schools within 10 miles of the Peoria campus. I mean, it's just loaded right there in that central corridor. And the issue is that we haven't offered those central campuses. There's 5 or 6 programs at central campus. So by expanding that, we should draw just a huge amount of interest for that facility. As you will know, the Southeast campus located in Thomas and 101, phase 1 will open in August of 26 with 6 programs. That's advanced manufacturing, welding, physical therapy, medical assisting, IT security, and coding. Those 6 programs will come out right there on Thomas and 101. And we expect that when it's all built out to be somewhere around 28 programs total. So Southwest campus is about 19 acres. They've got 16 programs, not quite double that. So I anticipate somewhere between 28, 29, 30 programs for the Southeast campus, which will be absolutely fantastic. The Career Academy at Agua Fria, you know that the 4 new programs will be open in August of this year. We have overwhelming application responses for the Agua Fria campus. In fact, we still have 24 students right now on the HVAC waiting list, which we normally wouldn't get very many at the Northeast campus, didn't get very many medium heavy diesel. And we still now have a waiting list for medium heavy diesel, which we've never seen before, which has been fantastic. And we still think that there's enough room for one additional facility in between the parking lot and the welding facility to put maybe 1 or 2 more programs right there, which I think will be fantastic. And again, that model will be something that'll be replicated as we look at the bond issue projects around the other parts of the region. So just think about the Agua Fria project and think about that when I say 4 or 5 programs, it will be very similar to that. So Paradise Valley, I talked to Mr. Straka, and he had an interest in looking at doing something for Paradise Valley. And right now I've talked to Troy, the previous superintendent. We're also working with land advisors to take a look at what might be available around the 32nd and Bell area. There's what's called the square there. There's a place where Frank thought that might be a good place for us to take a look at doing some programs in the district. One of the issues that I found talking to Troy was that students don't like to travel outside of Paradise Valley. They just don't like to come out of there. So he said, if you can get something inside the geographic region or the boundaries, he said, you'll have real good success. We're also going to go tour the Vista Verde Middle School, closed school again, to see if there may be a possibility to do something there as well, or in place of this piece. So a couple of options there that we're looking at for Paradise Valley. Natterburg and Wickenburg. Natterburg has a brand new high school called Mountainside High School. And they, through the school facilities board, also in getting theirs approved, asked for a lease option for West-MEC and for Wickenburg Community Hospital to sit in the same spaces. Because Wickenburg has a very difficult time finding folks, and some folks in the northwestern region sometimes travel up to 200 miles just to get to an actual hospital. And so the issue there is we're still working through the lease purchase, or if that doesn't work out, where land advisors is looking for another piece of property somewhere between Wickenburg and Natterburg, because that area continues to grow as well. Our students from Wickenburg to the closest campus northwest is almost 40 miles to get to our campus. So there has to be something that we're able to do up there. And they're looking to build some new schools. Natterburg's looking to build some new schools up there as well. So other potential options for us there in the Natterburg-Wickenburg area. North Peoria, Vistancia, we've been working with Mayor Beck, and of course, he has a tremendous vision for the North Peoria area with the semiconductor industry, incredible growth plan, and the new ALA high school that's being built right there. It's going to be a great opportunity for us to be able to take a look at the space there. Looking at 4 or 5 programs, haven't identified a space yet, but we're working with the city of Peoria. We're also working with land advisors to see what property might be available. And of course, Mr. Molina and Ms. Boosum are very well connected into the Peoria area, so we get lots of good inside information about things that others might not know. So that's always good to have in place. We're looking for 4 or 5 programs there in that area. And number 8 is looking for, you always have to put money in a bond issue to be able to renew your current facility. So if you look at the Central Campus is 14 years old, Northeast Campus is now 11. Southwest Campus is 9 and Northwest Campus is 8 years old. And so we're looking to build in over the next 3 to 5 years after the bond passage is to use some of that money to renew the programs, the facilities, upgrades, upkeeps, those kinds of things, because you can't just keep doing the same thing with the same facilities and not do some upgrades. So Matt Heath has provided a great list to Marcy about things that need to be done over the next 3 to 5 years. It's not one big lump sum of money doing it all right now. It's a sum of money doing it over the next 3 to 5 years, periodically with a timetable and a plan. Next one is to expand the Southwest Campus to the west. We're working with the city of Buckeye on this some potential property there. And if you have been watching the news, Abrazo West is building a brand new level 1 trauma center just south of 10 on Verado Way. And then just north of 10 on Verado Way is the new Banner Health System that's coming in. So we think there's going to be a need for some more health system programs to feed those 2 hospitals right there just within blocks of where the Southwest is. And we're also looking to see what the possibilities might be. And again, I don't want to get into programs because that we have a bunch of components yet. We're also looking at paramedic, EMT, and fire science is a huge program that it's a huge need for just about everybody in the valley. So we're working with the city of Buckeye to see if there might be a collaboration possible for something in the Buckeye area to be able to maybe we become in collaboration as a training center or something that we produce there. But those programs have been very highly popular for the entire region. For the corporate offices, I think some of you that have been on the board for a little while know that it's kind of been in the works for us to never really stay in these 2 buildings. They've always just been kind of a plan. I think the original plan might have been to put us on the Southeast Campus, but we own 5 acres. And I can't see out the windows, so I'm not sure which way I'm facing. Where's American Furniture? It's American Furniture stuff. So we own 5 acres right here. And so we put some money in the bond issue, just probably part of the money in the bond issue to build a new corporate start and community center, possible career center here right next to us. And we would use a little bit of the bond proceeds, but we'd also use the proceeds of selling both of these buildings and the 30 acres across from Central Campus, which would help us provide plenty of money to be able to build a new start. And with a really cool concept is Jessica Hutton had approached, I think Maryland approached me about the potential. We're starting to get large enough now that it might make sense for us to take a look at a career center, not only for our students, but for our community. Because we think we might be a good place and a safe place for folks to come and look for jobs, for us to post jobs and help individuals, continue to get into that pipeline. And so just a thought, don't know if that's going to happen, but it could be a good spot for us to take a look at that. So, and then the last couple here, I think that's all that one. And here's the result. So if you add up all the ones, the types of programs or number of programs that we have proposed on these projects, within 4 years, West-MEC could double in size. Right now, we're around 3,200 students. Within 4 years of these projects, that would add probably another close to 3,000 plus students to West-MEC. So we'd be in the neighborhood of 6,000. And the better part of that is right now, we in promotion ceremonies, we turn out just over 1,600 credentialed students every year. And that number continues to get larger and larger. So within 4 years, we would be turning out over 3,200 credentialed students going into the workforce, post-secondary studies, military, or the mission. So if you look at the full picture of those projects right there, that's kind of the end result of the number of students that would add. That's the maximum number of students it could add and the number of students that we could turn out in the pipeline. And I'm gonna, go ahead.
the Whitman, area, how many high schools are around there? How many students will we be accommodating for that area?
Wickenburg has a high school and Natterburg has their high school that they just built. And so if you're looking at 4 to 5, let's just say we did 4 programs there, you're looking at a maximum of 200 students. And there's well more than the number of students there in those 2 high schools to accommodate the students to be able to get in there. But there's smaller high schools. I don't know how big Wickenburg is. I think Natterburg might be 250 or 300 students maybe.
But there's also the Dysart students,
Dysart.
Dysart students that it would probably draw to as well.
Yeah, in the Circle B area.
Okay,
And Liberty's not too far, depending on the programs. It's just down 60 and up a little bit north. Estancia area would probably cover that area, but Liberty High School has kids that they're just overflowing right now. And so we think it's gonna be a tremendous place, but
And they're adding on to that high school to accommodate too, so they're gonna make it larger.
is?
Liberty.
So Scott, are you anticipating the West Valley to grow faster than the East Valley? Cause there's a lot of talk about the reduction of students going to schools.
On East Valley, you're gonna see a reduction because the folks that are the families aren't moving because of the current economy.
Right.
And when they don't move, they don't get refilled with families with children, because typically when you have an older home, you have the ability to have a lower price. A lower price, and that affordability for those younger families to be able to move into. But for us, we just have the space and so much space, and we're also running numbers with land buyers because they have the ability to see all the new home developments, as well as Frank does too. Home developments, where we also have some data for who do we get the demographic data from for students? You mentioned this one.
From the school facilities board. So I look at the school facilities board and I watch. Because all of our member districts, they have to submit a report to them about their growth because that's where they're getting their new schools built. So Alba Free is building a new school and Tulsa Union's building a new school and Buckeye's building a new school. Hatterburg just got approved for a new school. So we look at that as well and keep an eye on what our member districts are doing because we know if they're adding additional high schools, there's kids that we need to service.
Some of the new subdivisions going on the east side are just so expensive, you can't afford them. Frank can tell you that. I mean, there's some subdivisions that are they're well out of the price range for a lot of families.
I was gonna say, in Paradise Valley, there's 2 new subdivisions. One at Tatum and Bell, you can get a twin home starting at about 680,000. And that's the low entry. If you wanna go to Tatum Ranch, you might be able to find something for 1.1.
Is that called?
Rolling it out.
Just rolling.
I don't live in Tatum, but, and then the only other place is up there on what's the parkway up there? But there's still 580 to 600 is the starting price, and that's far north, just south of Carefree Highway.
Cave Creek's expanding.
Population to the valley is coming to the northwest and the southwest valley.
Northwest and southwest.
Because that's the most affordable areas of the valley for somebody that's coming in with a young family or something like that, which is what we need to be
Built
looking
a new Goodyear High School right there in 303 in Van Buren. Beautiful new facility there, for sure. Yes, ma'am.
so, the new corporate office is gonna be larger than what we have now. Will there be any programs at the corporate office?
We haven't talked about whether there'll be programs here. I mean, it could be a spot for if we offered some adult education. It could be a potential, that could be one potential, but maybe not. That's something we can talk about further. We just haven't fleshed that out because there's some plans. There were some plans that were drawn up several years ago of the corporate office being right there. And so we still have some of those plans that we could share with the board. So we just haven't thought through all the possibilities. We just know that we've outgrown this space and it's always under constant repair. And it's just.
If we're looking at doubling the size of West-MEC overall, then the growth of the staff is going to have to be commensurate, not necessarily comparable, but certainly there will have to be
It'll increase.
a growth of the staff.
Right. And Mr. Ramirez and I talked about, some adjustments that'll have to be made to make sure that we right size ourselves to make sure that we can afford to do the projects that we want to do. And we'll be doing that thing that you and I talked about as well. Right sizing. So last 2 things I want to mention is, if you see up on the screen, we're still taking feedback on the kinds of programs or the types of programs, but there's really about 6 pillars. There's one that's not on here, and it's transportation, but the other 5, architecture and construction, human services, health services, information technology, and manufacturing. So those are kind of the 6 big pillars that really are the in-demand lists for the workforce pipeline here in Arizona. So when you think about the programs and services, there'll be some new health services like radiation technology, surgical tech, things like that that we're considering. But some of those programs have to lead to a terminal degree or a 2-year degree. And so we have to find post-secondary partners that will work with us. And we're doing a good job of trying to make that happen. So, and the last thing I want to mention is I gave each one of you, and I gave you this because this is the visioning document that West-MEC uses internally. That Chris Cook and his team has done a great job of really capturing what we do at West-MEC to keep us on track and envisioning 3 to 5 years down the road. I just gave you a couple of sheets. And the first thing it shows you is all the central programs on the left-hand side. And it shows you by the legend, kind of where they're located. It's kind of a pictorial representation of where those programs are as it relates to the Valley and West-MEC's footprint. Then it shows you the central program campuses that are on multiple campuses, like advanced manufacturing, aesthetics, those things. And then what member district have the same programs that West-MEC has there at the bottom. So again, this is just for your information. Then on the second sheet, it shows you the 25-26 central programs and how many sections we're actually offering of each of those programs. Member district CTE, and then some of the programs there at the bottom says CTE programs being researched by West-MEC. And again, these aren't all the programs. But then we also have some benchmark districts around the country that are also high-performing CTE districts on the right side of that page, like Butler Tech, Francis Tuttle, Pima in Texas. What are they offering that West-MEC's not currently thinking about, or what are they offering we're not thinking about? And the last page there is kind of your homework for the next couple of weeks. This is what I gave the superintendents and the CTE directors last week, and we'll do this at my superintendent's advisory committee meeting tomorrow. It's the potential projects, and then what potential programs might you suggest at those locations? You know, to make sure that we're gathering all of your thinking as well, because we can't think of everything. What stone have we not overturned? What programs have you heard about? What information you may be privy to that we might not necessarily know? So these are the things that we would like some feedback on, or some things that you might, as board members, be able to provide some assistance and support. We need that for the kinds of programs or the types of programs that we offer in these potential new facilities.
When do you need that information?
Just within a couple of weeks, probably. And you can probably just. And Chris, I don't know if we can make a Google Doc or something where this is in there, and they can just type it in and send that to us instead of having to try to figure out how to get this sheet, You know, I'm walking around and trying to get this back to you. So we'll figure out a way. Yeah. So Chris will figure out a way that he'll send it to you, and you can just type in some things you may want to know about, and give us some feedback. And so we've gotten feedback from a lot of folks. Mike's been great at Peoria to give us feedback. It was a lot of the trades that he was interested in, but there's going to also be some other things there. There's a long-term care facility sitting right next to the Peoria campus. So there could be some healthcare offerings there as well. So with that being said, I'm going to stop my part and then let Mr. Straka, when you came in, we're going to get through the presentation so we get it all in, and then we'll save questions for at the end as we kind of move forward. That'll work for you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Switzer, for kind of laying that groundwork for us. A lot of information, and we have a lot of information to still share with you this evening. So we have a few guests with us tonight, this afternoon, that's going to be sharing information. The first person I'd like to have come up and speak to you is Paul Betts. Paul works for High Ground, and he's going to share some of the survey results that we had received from the community.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me here today. My daughter Lucy is in fact a West-MEC student. She's in the fire science program. And so this is very near and dear to my heart. And I also am typically a very fast talker. So to hear Dr. Spurgeon actually be a fast talker as well is not only a bit of comfort, but a little bit of a competition. So I also have been warned by Marcy that there's other folks to come behind me. So I'm going to take some time, walk through a little bit of district-wide survey research. One thing to bear in mind is, so when we're talking about survey research, we're talking about likely voters, folks who will show up in a potential off-cycle election. So about only 70% of the adult population of the state of Arizona is registered to vote. So 3 out of every 10 people who tell you that they're a voter are lying to you. So when we talk about high voter turnout in the presidential election and the gubernatorial election, whatever we're talking about, 3 out of every 10 aren't even showing up to vote because they're not even registered to vote. So when we talk about likely voters, we're actually talking about a subset of the adult population. So of the 70% of adult population who show up to vote in an election, in a presidential year, about 77% of those folks, or about 60% of the adult population, show up to vote. In a gubernatorial cycle, about somewhere between 55 and 60% show up, so about half. When we're talking about a midterm or an off-cycle or an odd-numbered election, we're talking about lower voter turnout. So we replicate that when we talk about our voter research. We make sure that we replicate it based on age, party, gender, and region to replicate those who we know show up in an election. This is a 600 voter sample. It is a 4.0 margin of error, which means if we were to conduct this survey 95 out of 100 times, would be 4 points higher, 4 points lower of everything that we measured. We also balance it based on age, party, and gender. So looking at this, over half of the electorate that we measured is over the age of 50, is about a 10-point Republican advantage. And then we used the school districts, your member school districts, to balance it out to make sure that we had a regional representation. For example, Paradise Valley Unified School District is about 18%. So it's a very large portion of the district. You look at Glendale Union's a large portion, Peoria is a large portion. So, and then as well as Deer Valley. So it is the entire West Valley. It represents the results of about 700,000 or so registered voters throughout the region. When we call this is a live caller survey, which means we actually call people at home or direct dial the cell phones as required by law. This is all done by operators. It's still the gold standard when it comes to survey research to ensure that we get reliable results. We know who we're talking to. We know who they are. We don't ask them if they're how old they are or what they're registered, because sometimes people feel a little younger that day. Sometimes people feel a little, maybe they feel a little different about what sort of registration they are from time to time. But what we know from the file is how they're registered, how old they are, where they live. So we use that to our advantage to ensure that we get a replicable sample. Couple of things to note, K-12 direction, right direction or wrong direction, only about 24% think it's headed in the right direction versus 52% total in the wrong direction. This is about 10 points down. We've done polling research. Most recently, you'll see in the lower right-hand corner from 2021 we did for you, it was about 31%. Thing to note, this is pretty typical across the board, every school district that we've dealt with in the last 10 years or so. We've seen in the last 3 or 4 years, the total right direction for K-12 education down about 10 points or so across the board. At the same time, career and technical education, 44%, almost 45% total right compared to only 25.6% total wrong. Pretty standard, what we saw even 5 years ago at 45% to 32%. Age-wise, one of the things that we'll note is that 50 to 64-year-olds are the most pessimistic electorate that we've seen for quite a period of time for the last 18 months or so, whether it's Prop 479, which was the half-cent sales tax for transportation, whether it's local bonds, whether it's school issues or whatever. 50 to 64 has been a very pessimistic audience for lots of things. They actually are more optimistic about career and technical education than a lot of the other items that we've measured. So that's a bit of good news. How much have you seen, read, or heard about West-MEC? You can see we're about 40% have seen a lot or a little. Awareness is up. You see in 2021, it was about 37%. It's much higher. When we measured this in both 2012 as well as 2008, awareness was around 10 to 15%. So that speaks to all of your hard work. It speaks to the work of your comms team. It speaks to the work of the district itself. That awareness of the district is up pretty significantly, where about half or so of the electorate have heard a lot or a little. Put this in perspective, if I ask about a local school district, we typically see very similar numbers. In fact, about 60% or so generally have not heard anything about a local school district, because bear in mind, only about 25% of any likely voter have kids under the age of 18 at home. In fact, most folks do not get their education about the local schools from the school district. They do not have kids in the schools. What we traditionally see is they get their education from other spots. But awareness in this case, 65 and older is a good category for us, with about 40% or so hearing a lot or a little, as well as that 50 to 64. The big difference here, I'd say, is that in fact, those with kids at home have heard more about West-MEC. You look at hearing a lot, about 25%, 1 in 4 of people with kids at home have heard something about the district, compared to only about 16% if they don't have kids at home. So we give them a little bit of background information about what West-MEC is, gives the 48,000 students, 49 high schools, what's served and who's served by West-MEC. Knowing just what you know right now, here are some of the programs that are offered. And these are potential expanded programs, things that you're thinking about, things that you're exploring using the list that Dr. Spurgeon shared with you. We didn't measure every single program, But what we did do is measure several that you're considering or seven that you're thinking about. And we measured these all on a scale of 1 to 5. 1 in this case being not at all important to 5 meaning very important. It's the Likert scale. Think of it like a Yelp rating or a like your Uber score or something like that. So the closer you are to 5, the more important that folks think they are. The biggest thing that we found is almost every program that you're potentially offering is by the electorate. Now, bear in mind, this is a subset of a subset of a subset, but the folks who would show up in an electorate, this is like sort of a marketing test. It's what things do they find important? What do they care about? So for example, in this case, cybersecurity does incredibly well with 75% giving it a 5 or very important. Medical imaging at 4.53 with 67% giving it a very important. But anything over 3 is well regarded. We like to see items and programs above 3.5. Almost everything that we measured is above 3.5. But there are things that do better than others. What we traditionally have seen in this case is that sort of the technological and medical based ones seem to do the best in the overall electorate. One thing to note is that this is different than your students. I know you do a lot of work with what your students want to study, what your parents want your students to study, what folks are interested in. This is what the voters find most interesting. And one other thing is we talk about programs programmatically. We're going to talk about the campuses and the areas that Dr. Spurgeon talked about. And one of the things that big takeaways here is that the survey demonstrates that people care a little bit more about programs than where they're located. The folks nearest the locations care a lot about having it near them. But what we see is overall, the electorate cares a lot about these programs. So cybersecurity is one of the top issues that we measured. Medical assistant nurse at 4.62, surgical technician at 4.61. The other big takeaway that we saw is actually some of the more fundamental issues, plumbing and electrician. Both did incredibly well with over 70%. 7 out of 10 of voters, especially with an electorate over the age of 65, did incredibly well on those items.
Plumber lately.
Say again.
As if you had to hire a plumber lately, you'll understand.
And I have, and I would
have
say
too,
I would like more plumbers for sure. Cosmetology is of the lower ones, it's still well regarded at 3.25, but much lower than we see some of the medical ones, some of the technical ones, and some of the fundamental ones. Agricultural sciences at 4.39 with 59% giving it very important. Robotic automation at 4.19. And so we do all of that, and these were randomized and rotated. So some folks got electrician first, some folks got cosmetology first to eliminate any bias. The idea here is to put them all together and see what range that we find support. And what we see is that the voters find them all important, but to various degrees. Sort of that top tier, electrician, medical assistant, surgical technician, cybersecurity, plumbing, and medical imaging. That's really that top tier of support, the things that the voters find very well regarded. Agricultural science, robotic automation, speech pathology, sort of the next tier, and then artificial intelligence and cosmetology is sort of the next tier. So when you're thinking about where you put programs and what to lead with if you were to move forward with an election, these are the type of items that are really helpful to talk to the audience about. This may not be the ones that attract the students necessarily, but these are the ones that the voters want to hear about. From there, we went to a pre-test and we gave a little bit of a description, and our best goal is to replicate the ballot language. The idea here is the only thing we can guarantee voters see over the course of the election is the question itself. So if you ask voters, would you like to have more money for career and technical education, the number would be high. Would you like to pay taxes for career and technical education, the number would be lower. But would you like to issue bonds, Class B general obligation bonds with a principal amount not to exceed 415 for the purpose of raising monies, which is what you would actually see on the ballot. That is the best replication of what we can guarantee voters would see over the course of the election. So we do that as a pre-test before we go into the detail, because that's the only thing we can guarantee voters would definitely see over the course of the election. The good news is that we start with 76.5% yes compared to 18% no. I've done a lot of survey research for a lot of different school districts, a lot of different statewide, regional, local polling, and this is among the highest that we see. The definitely yes at 44% to definitely no at 10%, with a 4-to-1 ratio of support. The probably yes at 31 to probably no at 7% shows a great amount of support. Career and technical education is the most popular level of education that we have seen across any sort of polling that we do. Now, if we were to move forward with some sort of election, and you can see it goes across age demographics, it goes across kids and no kids demographics. Career and technical education is incredibly well regarded and supported. If you were to put this on the ballot tomorrow, I am not saying that it's going to pass with 75% of the vote. But what I am saying is when you look at it from a viability standpoint, if voters were to move forward with something like this, that it has a strong sense and strong chance of success. Polls are a snapshot in time. We're talking about a poll that was conducted over the last few months. Now, there's a lot of time between now and November. I mean, when you look at the sort of what could change potentially when it comes to inflation or anything else, there's certainly things that can impact that. But from a viability standpoint, when we look at items like this, we like to see items in the 55 to 60% range. This is well above that at 76% and has a strong amount of support. From there, we measure the items themselves. And so after we ask them about potentially at the outset, pre-test, would you support or oppose? We give them some more details. And this is traditionally how we do to not add any bias. We start with where they are and then go in through the projects themselves. Again, these were randomized and rotated, and these were the ones that Dr. Spurgeon just went through. And what you can see actually is go through all of them, whether it's the Northeast campus near Deer Valley Airport, South Peoria near Loop 101. Basically, what we see is they almost all have about the same level of support where 50+% give them a 5. And they're at 3.7 to 3.8%, which is well regarded. If you go through each individual area, the area that it's closest to does much better. So for example, in this Expanding Career Academy at Agua Fria, 3.68, it's about a 4.0 in the Agua Fria area. If you look at the Loop 101 near Peoria Avenue, that Peoria Unified School District does incredibly well there. If you look at, for example, Southwest Campus near Verrado, the Buckeye Union High School District does well, Agua Fria does well. And then in fact, one interesting thing is Tolleson, anything near Tolleson does incredibly well. The second you put it anywhere sort of regionally supporting from them. And then Vistancia does well in Peoria Unified. And then the Bell and 32nd Street does incredibly well in the Paradise Valley School District as well. So each district themselves, the ones closest to the project do well. But overall, there's not a lot of differentiation. We do this because we want to see if there's any single program or any single project that really stands out, either on a high level or on a low level.
Tolleson do so well?
Tolleson's just very optimistic about all these programs. Anything basically in the Southwest Valley close to them.
Demographic, is it?
Yes, it's a very supportive education demographic. It does pretty well with all of these programs.
It's the outlying area, so there's a lot of young families with kids.
Yeah.
It's also a very progressive leading area that has passed bonds for the past 20 years straight. So it's just in general, it does pretty well, but anything that is sort of near that Tolleson area, the Agua Fria ones did really well. The Verrado did well near Buckeye. The Bell and 32nd Street did well near Paradise Valley. But the biggest thing that we see though is if you look at these at 3.6 to 3.8, they don't do quite as well in the importance scale as you saw those programs. It's going to be more important to match the right programs with the communities and go into the community and talk to them about, but just sort of the general building plan where the locations are, the projects are not as important as the programs. The voters care about those programs. Back to your point about plumbers, those are the things that really stand out to the voters is that they want these programs to ensure that they're supportive. And I've done work for Education Forward Arizona. I've done work for the Center for the Future of Arizona. I've done work for several other education organizations. And the thing that we found with all of them is that career and technical education programs are incredibly well regarded. And so the programs are the things that stand out, not necessarily the project. So that's a big takeaway here. The projects do well, especially in the area they're located, and making sure you go tell the community that this is what they're going to get in a bond would be important, but pairing that with programs themselves is really important.
Ask a couple of questions, or would you want me to hold off?
I think we're supposed to wait till the end or?
Okay.
You want just your quick ones?
Well, I have a couple. Did you mention that you had the survey over the phone, and you did mention that it was a $415 million bond and they were receptive to it?
That's right.
Okay. Can you tell me your past performance, what's your accuracy record?
Sure. So we've done a wide variety of surveys when it comes to statewide, regional, and local perspective. Prop 123, for example, we call within 0.2 of a point. We've done several research when it comes to bonds and overrides as well. And we've been pretty accurate. I will say when we did West-MEC's proposal in 2016, we had that one at about 57% at the time, and I think it passed with about 51%. It was much lower than we anticipated. Now, that was a presidential year, a pretty at the time, tumultuous presidential year, and we saw a lot of things change over that time. It also, the support campaign for that was about less than $100,000 for the Yes campaign, and that impacts this. When we do polls like this, it's about the snapshot in time of where voters are right now. Tomorrow, if Dr. Spurgeon saves a kitten, the number could be higher if something were to happen. I hope, you know.
And we'll put a kitten out there on the freeway and you run across it.
I hope he does. I hope he does. Now, on the other hand, if something were bad to happen and the bottom were to fall out of the economy tomorrow, it could be worse. So that, I mean, polling is an indicator. And the number itself, what we're looking at is whether or not it has viability. And what I see with a 75% number is an incredible amount of viability. So that's the biggest thing that we're looking at.
So you think for between now and November, which is, you know, however many months away, do you think it's gonna drop?
Over the course of any campaign, we traditionally see the number, and you'll see it drops slightly even over the course of the campaign because we give equal exposure to both the reasons to support and the reasons to oppose. There's a couple of things to bear in mind, tax considerations, issues like that we have to be addressing, or at least make sure you have an answer for that could impact the overall number. But you know, certainly what we're seeing is the idea here is it gives you an idea of where folks are starting, and then, you know, then from there you can figure out where they end.
Has options on various campuses will help out.
Absolutely. And in fact, you know, our campaign to go out and talk about the issues and get out, we haven't even started yet. So that could have a very positive and more.
So I got a question, piggybacking on that, with our economic situation right now, if it gets, I mean, the public gets real skittish when it comes to, public opinion is very,
Right.
it moves a lot. And the confidence level of your survey is there a threshold you're looking at that it hits a certain confidence level that will sustain a favorable campaign between now and November will be the first question. The second question would be, is there any outliers that would fight to defeat it that you know of?
From the opposition standpoint, no. I haven't seen anybody that wants to fight career and technical education. It's a very tough fight.
Bonds though, because bonds
in general, sure.
Fight bonds.
I've seen folks fight bonds. And the other thing to bear in mind is that you don't know what else is in the environment, whether some of these local schools go out for a bond or other items. I will say this. We've asked in the past, not in this survey, but in the past, would you rather support your local school bond or career and technical education bond? And traditionally, we found that people would more likely, if they're only going to pick one, they're going to pick the career and technical education bond between the two. Certainly economically, we have concerns and thoughts about bond issues. And you'll see, I'm going to go through some argumentation here, and maybe I walk you through that and then answer questions again. Because what we go through is we do what we call a reason test. And so we measure statements of what motivates people to vote yes and what motivates people to vote no. And the whole idea behind it is if I ask 600 people why they're voting yes or why they're voting no, we get 600 different responses. So we instead give them statements and measure those and see what motivates folks. And it's generally the things that we've seen and read and heard, you know, a pipeline for qualified workers, the best value in education. Number one was that career and technical education is one of the best values in education. Employers benefit from a highly skilled workforce, reducing hiring gaps and boosting productivity, while students enter stable, well-paying careers without accumulating significant debt and earning college credit. I will say, to your question about in this economy, if something were to happen and it continues to go down, why is this one maybe a little bit more recession proof than some of the other questions is because of that argument. because we're talking about getting people jobs and giving them the best value in education. The other thing that you have to your advantage that no other school district has is that because of the size of your district and because of the size of the overall population you're dealing with, the amount you're potentially charging in a bond is incredibly low. And if you look at the special district compared to what they're paying for their schools, the amount, a couple cents, and I know I gotta get through it to let the finance guys get up here and talk, is so much lower that it becomes incredibly attractive. I mean, even if you look at areas that in the last few years where there was issues on the ballot, in fact, you had a few where people declined their local bond and voted yes to join West-MEC. That speaks to that overall electorate that there is a discernment in the electorate of what they're willing or not willing to do. So best value in education was the #1 argument. 72% strongly agreed with that. ROI at 4.39 with 57% is another reason folks find that very believable. The fact that this potentially could not be a tax increase, that you could maintain the property tax rate equal to the current rate, not a tax rate increase, does well. It's got a little bit of work to do. There's a slightly higher unknown among that, but overall voters do find that to be attractive. It's not as attractive as the best value in education or return on investment or training the future workforce, but it does incredibly well. And keeping the promises. This is something, it's a challenge. Your awareness is up. People know you're doing an incredibly good job, but there's still a story to be told that you've kept your promises, you've saved taxpayer money, you've delivered on your regional facilities. We can trust you to keep your promises. Nobody but you are going to tell people that. So you have to keep telling people you can trust us, that we're delivering, that we're keeping our promises. So you're not done with that job yet. You have to continue that. On the con side, taxed enough already, just this whole anti-tax sentiment. And I will tell you in other districts, this is not the case. The anti-tax sentiment does not necessarily apply to you. That just we hate taxes. Taxes go up, they never go down. We're simply tired of taxes. What you do have to be mindful of is the notion of a fixed income. You have a high retirement community. You have over 30% of your respondents over the age of 65. They do have concerns about being on a fixed income, and that will be a consideration for them. The notion that's enough is enough, school district go out every year is not as big of a driver for you, as well as inflation and interest rates are out of control. In the 65 and older and 50 to 64, a little bit of pessimism on those audiences. 50 to 64, as I mentioned, is probably our most negative audience of all of this. But overall, they're not as concerned of those as we said compared to best value in education. And then, the notion that you've expanded to 5 campuses with 2 more on the way, you already have enough space, you shouldn't need to build more. That one's not credible as well. What it comes down to is people are concerned about being on a fixed income. The rest of it is not as big of a deal. So I always call it this way. It's like playing an away game. Litigating taxes, litigating properties, litigating what you're doing or not doing is not important. Fundamentally, folks have a little bit of concern because they live on a fixed income, and those folks who they pay their taxes directly because it's not built into their mortgage, they follow that closely. The rest of the audience sees that value in such a way that every single reason to support outweighed every single reason to oppose. So best value in education, that pipeline for qualified workers, that return on investment, far and away, stronger support for those than we see for concerns about fixed income, enough is enough, anti-school district rhetoric, anything like that. So ultimately, after that, we did a post test, and as I mentioned, everything does tend to go down slightly. In this case, what we saw is the overall bond program went down to 71% yes compared to 22% no. So still an incredible strong post test. We like to see post tests in the 50 to 55% range. I've seen a lot of schools that most school issues end up in that range, whether it's a bond or an override, traditionally go to that 50 to 55% range. Being at 71 shows a strong amount of viability. And the biggest thing that we see is that every age group is almost 3/4, 70% to 60%. Even that 50 to 64 is at 60.7. I will tell you, I've done a lot of these surveys, and 50 to 64 isn't 60.7 on almost anything that we measured. In fact, generally what we see is a plurality, but not a majority of that group in opposition. Closer to retirement, near the higher wage earning, near the end of their sort of work life, not quite to retirement yet. Those folks are the most cost conscious overall, but in this case, we find there's an incredible amount of support for that.
Wouldn't it be
based on the fact that it's a vocational school, that 71% doesn't, did that surprise you? I'm assuming it didn't surprise you.
No, in fact, like, as I mentioned, we've done work for Education Forward Arizona and the Center for the Future of Arizona, and a lot of them are talking about post-secondary education. And one of the things that we find is that post-secondary education, college, four-year degrees, the number for those is definitely fluctuating. But when you add career and technical education, vocational education, career training to that, it brings the number up significantly.
I'll bet it does.
So no, I'm not surprised that it does well. I will say 70% in this environment, especially in an off-cycle election, which is a much older audience. We traditionally don't see numbers this high, but it is.
Well, us old guys, we show up.
Well, here's the deal. You show up no matter what. It's who shows up around you. So it's the folks that, when we talk about an election, it's turnout is always based on the type of electorate we're dealing with. And this is the lowest vote turnout. This is the core audience who shows up no matter what. When you're talking about the presidential election or the gubernatorial election or anything else, it's who shows up around them. But when we're looking at the core audience here of electorate, which by the way, only 27% have kids under the age of 18 at home, we see that this has a strong amount of support. We've got a lot more to get to, so. yeah.
Do you also do the, just it flew out of my mind. Besides the polling, do you do the campaigning?
We've been known to, certainly that's something that we've been a part of. We've helped in the past. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep,
Thank you very
thanks
much.
a lot.
Paul. Before I go on to our next guest speaker, I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge some of our other partners in the audience with us. Those numbers that Dr. Spurgeon showed you earlier, where we kind of calculated what those projects would cost, I have several people who've helped us create that model. So we have a representative from DLR, from Chase, from Facility Management Group. I have, of course, our team that's worked with them on the programmatic side. Matt Heath has been a great resource as well. So I just wanted to acknowledge the support that they've given us also. So the next person I want to have come up and speak is Brian Lumberg. Brian works for Stiefel, and they are the organization, if we were to go out for bonds, will be selling them for us. So he's going to give you a little background on what our capacity is.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. Good to be before you again. And I will tell you, for those few individuals that we get a chance to meet with, some of this information is the same, but hang in there. We have a slide on the new bonds as well. This will be a little technical, and there might be some questions afterwards, but I'll give an overview and we'll do our best to make sure that it's understandable. Okay, as a little warm up, just a little bit of FAQ. What are school improvement bonds? They're basically debt obligations of the district that you sell to investors, and with the sale proceeds, that's what you use for the projects. Now, these debt securities come with a requirement to repay principal on a fixed date in the future and a fixed interest rate up until then, which is paid on a semi-annual basis. In order to get the funds to repay bonds, the treasurer is actually required to levy enough to make sure that you can make your payment each year, but the board is the one that establishes the tax rate itself. Do bonds require voter approval? Yes. It's a simple majority, 50% yes votes plus one more. And it has to be at the November election date. Our statute requires that for anything increasing taxes. So how much can a CTED sell? It's a little bit different than the unified elementary and high schools. Assuming a successful election, it's 1% of your full cash assessed value. We're going to end up mentioning two different kinds of assessed value during the discussion. The full cash assessed value, that's not the one that's used for taxes and tax rates anymore, but it is used for bonding capacity, and it's unrestricted in the amount that it can grow from one year to the next. So 1% of that, when it comes time to sell bonds, that's when you measure it. And so you subtract any of the outstanding bonds that you have, from that limit to determine how much you have left.
Brian, CTEDs are 1%. What are the K-12 comprehensive percentages?
Yeah, the unified districts are currently by statute at 20%. of the full cash assessed value, and each of the high school districts and elementary schools have 10%. That they can sell. They have a different constitutional limit, but right now the statute is the more strict one. And you guys don't have a constitutional limit. Yours is only in the statute at 1%. So how long do you have to sell the bonds after a successful election? Statute says that the authorization expires after 10 years. And so after a successful election, it's the board that decides how much and when it wants to sell during that 10-year period. But if there's any left over after 10 years, it expires. And so what can you use bond proceeds for? Well, these days it's a lot of things. The legislature has used the use of bonds and expanded it over the years to help them in times where they needed to reduce capital funding for schools. So they've broadened it quite a bit. But what you can't use bonds for are M&O kind of things and salary and classroom kind of capital. Yeah, board retreat. You can issue bonds for furniture, technology, and equipment as long as the amount that you spend on these things isn't more than the principal amount that gets retired within a 5-year statutory test. Okay, so now that we're warmed up, let's take a look at West-MEC's bond status. And right now, you guys have about $91.8 million of principal amount, which will be repaid through fiscal 35, so 10 years from now. Those bonds came from the 2012 election that was for 74.9 million, and the 2016 election that was for 141 million. Your existing payments are about 21.5 million right now, but within the next 4 years, they're set to decline to about 5.1 million by fiscal 29. And because taxes are what repays these payments, assessed value is an important part of taking a look at the bond status of the district. Right now, the district's limited assessed value, that's the value that the tax rate gets applied against. And that's the value that on the district level that's used to calculate the tax rate. Right now, it's at about 22.6 billion, having grown about 7.3% on average the last 5 years and about 5.8% over the last 10 years. The amount that the limited assessed value can grow from 1 year to the next by Prop 117 from 2017, it can only grow a maximum of 5% from 1 year to the next. And so you see when we're talking about full cash assessed value, a couple of lines below, you can see that the full cash assessed value is about twice as much as the limited assessed value, because that full cash is not restricted in how much it grows from 1 year to the next.
So Brian, is the limited assessed value 8% of the full cash value? So is this number a percent of that number?
Yeah, and it's just over half as much as the full cash assessed value right now. And I'll keep repeating myself just to make the point that limited assessed value is the one that you use to calculate tax rates and how for your individual property, you figure out based on that tax rate, how much the tax will be for your home. And I'll repeat that again when we go on the next slide here. The district's bond tax rate for most of the years since these bond elections has been about 13 cents. It's currently 13 cents per $100 of limited assessed value. As mentioned, the full cash assessed value is quite a bit larger, and that's the one used to determine bonding capacity. It's right now at about $44 billion, having grown 18% on average the last 5 years, and over the last 10 years of over 14%. So based on that and based on the repayment schedule of your outstanding bonds, in just the next 5 years, your available bonding capacity looks like it'll be over 500 million available to the district if it were to pass an election and be able to have bonds. And as an aside, the credit rating of the district's very good. It's at AA minus S&P, which is pretty close to the same to a lot of your larger districts that are out here.
Brian, how does that affect the interest rates, your bond rating?
Yeah, so the higher it's kind of like our credit scores when we go get a mortgage or go get a car loan or whatnot. The higher your credit score, the lower the interest rate that the investors will accept or that you get when you go out into the market. Okay, so taking a look at our new bond scenario, assuming that you pass the election in November 25 and we're given the authority for 415 million bonds. Some of our other assumptions are that you would sell the bonds in 2 phases over the next 2 fiscal years. Now, after you pass the election, that's up to the board to decide how much it wants to sell and when, but for our analysis, we assume that. We assume that overall that the payments will be made within 20 years from the fiscal year of the election and amortized at about 5%. Just to give you a feel for where 5% is in things, we like to use a number that's, you know, fairly realistic, but conservative, and we mostly use that in voter pamphlets. Just last week, Agua Fria sold and they were under 4. They were under 4% for their bond sale, just to give you a feel for that. We assume that limited assessed value for the next 5 years would grow what it's grown on average for the last 10 years, and that's at 5.8% through the current fiscal year. And that's actually what statute limits us to when we're projecting tax impact in a voter pamphlet. And also, like the statute restricts, after the first 5 years of the payment schedule, we're assuming that it goes down to 20% of that, 20% of the goes down to 1.3% thereafter, and that's again restricted by statute. So the lower that you project the limited assessed value, the higher the tax rate when you go to do the math. So just in being conservative and sticking with the statute as well. And so when we measured against the district's existing 13-cent bond tax rate, all the payments from the new bonds and including paying off the existing bonds would fit. It's estimated, projected that it would fit within that 13 cents if you continued that. And because payments on new bonds wouldn't start till fiscal 27, it looks like we're going to be able to use about $17.9 million to pay down the existing bonds in the coming fiscal year. And through that date, I think we'll have been able to pay off about $23 million of bonds by that date and save, you know, upwards of $7-8 million in interest from calling them in early. Okay, so what does a 13-cent tax rate mean in terms of the actual tax on a property? Well, if you looked at a home that had a limited value of about $100,000, and I assume that because it makes the math easy, because and you know, you can do multiplication. If your house is worth twice as much, then you can multiply this number times 2 and things like that. 13-cent tax rate on $100,000 limited assessed value, limited value is $13
A year.
a year. Yeah, on average. And for a local business, because their assessment ratio is currently 16% versus for a home, the assessment ratio is 10%. They would pay 60% more, or about $20 on a 13-cent tax rate for a local business.
For how much of a business? What's their?
Each so the same value, limited value business as we assume for the home here, the business would pay 20, whereas the homeowner would pay 13. And I'll just repeat myself again because this is easy to forget. When you're calculating your own tax impact, or when you're talking to somebody about calculating tax impact, don't forget to tell that person to go look up their own limited assessed value. Because if the natural thing for people to do is say, oh, my home is worth $450,000, I could sell it for that. That's not the value that's used for taxes. It's this limited value that's been restricted to grow only 5%. Whereas the market value we saw in the last 5 years has been 18 or 20% on average. So I think you'll find, and we've looked for a lot of them across the West Valley. I think you'll find that the limited value is nearly 50% of what people think their house is worth. And so that really changes what you project in the tax impact. Okay, one more important figure to remember, because our statute requires that after you call for the election, any written information that's sent out to the public has to have the average annual tax rate for just the new bonds stated in here. So of that 13 cents, the new bonds account for about 10 cents on average looking forward in the future. And so you'll see any communications that comes out from the district if an election is called, they have to put that in the disclosure. Okay, so that's my overview on the new bonds. We can certainly follow up with a lot of questions. But the point is that, you know, the $415 million scenario fits within the existing 13-cent bond tax rate, including making payments on existing bonds. And I guess the final thing I wanted to point out is just to answer the board on what your involvement is going to be if you decide to call for an election. It's basically to vote on the resolution that'll be prepared for you by our next speaker, Jim Gill and Gus Rosenfeld, to decide whether, to put the bonds on the ballot or not, and that'll include approving the categories of projects. It'll include approving the maximum amount of bonds and the maximum interest rate. It'll delegate authority to administration and ourselves to do what's necessary to complete the election, and also for the district to be able to spend what it needs to pay for the election. After that, the next requirement of the board, assuming the election passes, would be to meet and consider a resolution for each individual sale of those bonds that would be had. So that's the next board action. The board could decide to sell all the bonds at once. It could sell multiple phases throughout that 10 years, but for our analysis now, we assume that they'd be issued over the next couple of years. And I guess the other thing that the board would need action on is adopting the budget each year, which has the bond tax rate as a part of it, to make sure we make payments each year. So those are the items I wanted to cover now, and I'll be glad to answer questions at the end, Karen.
Yep, you bet.
Okay, so our final speaker is our legal disclaimer. So I'm gonna bring up James Gill. He has written our resolutions and make sure that we are staying in compliance with everything when we put the voter pamphlet together. So, Jim?
I'm not sure.
You just.
Oh, it is all cleared up. Okay, there we
There you
go.
go.
Thank you. Members of the board, Jim Gill with Gus Rosenfeld. As Marcy mentioned, I'm your election counsel in this capacity. I'm also your bond counsel. So if you decide to pass the election resolution in mid-May and issue bonds, ultimately, I would be your bond counsel for that, as a role I have happily served in since, I believe, 2011, and predecessors of my firm served in that role prior to that. So a longstanding relationship, not just with West-MEC, but with many of your feeder districts. You probably understand how unique you are in terms of a CTED that actually does issue bonds. We represent a number of CTEDs around the state, not many issue bonds. So even happier from my perspective to be here tonight to have an opportunity to present this election resolution. I don't believe you have, we've provided a draft for your packets, but I'll just run through what you will see when you eventually get in your board packets for mid-May. The election resolution. They do not vary much from district to district, whether it's a CTED or a K-12 district or a high school district. Statute pretty much sets forth what we're going to say in the election resolution. Basically, it will be as Brian mentioned, the official call of the board. That is your really single action leading up to the November 4th election. If you decide to move forward again in mid-May using that election resolution. From my perspective, there are three big variables in that resolution. The dollar amount, you've heard $415 million mentioned. That would be on the bond ballot if you decide to use that dollar amount. The interest rate, there will be a maximum interest rate on the bond ballot. Recently, I've seen 8%, as low as 8% on the bond ballot. I've seen 10%, I've seen 12%. We'll discuss with Stiefel, with Mr. Brian Lundberg and district administration, what number they want to use on your bond ballot, keeping in mind that you have up to 10 years to issue bonds if the voters approve the bond election. So you always have to be a little conservative there, but the school board, I'm going to tonight after this meeting, Natterburg is using 8% on their bond ballot, just for a frame of reference. Finally, the third big variable is the maturity date of the bonds. We recommend every district goes up to 20 years on your bond ballot. So we suggest you do the same. The ballot I've mentioned will be Exhibit A to the election resolution. We'll have a series of bullet points on that ballot. You're probably familiar with it, if not from your last election, from the feeder districts. The bullet points on the bond ballots are taken directly from statute. It's not meant to be a custom approach to what you're doing. If you recall, it's kind of a two-step process. You approve the ballot with these 10 kind of generic, taken directly from the statute projects, and then we customize it in the voter information pamphlet. Every registered voter in the district, their household will receive a voter information pamphlet that we're going to draft. We're going to work with Brian's firm and district administration. And ultimately, we'll work with the county in terms of getting that voter information pamphlet to every household. That is the district's opportunity to describe in more detail what you plan to do. So it's likely going to be some of the same line items that were discussed during the polling segment by Paul. Yes.
Question, will you be stating that we're looking to build 6 campuses?
Well,
In
that would not typically be in the bond ballot. I can just read some of the kind of generic, just so you have an idea. So this, I'm reading from Natterberg's for tonight, but yours will be the same. I'll go through the first 5 or 6 bullet points, again, from the ballot, not the pamphlet, the ballot, the generic ballot. Constructing and or purchasing school buildings, renovating school buildings, purchasing pupil transportation vehicles, acquiring by purchase or lease school lots, improving school grounds, including adjacent ways, supplying school buildings with furniture, equipment, and technology. So that's the first 6.
Very generic.
Yes, and intentionally so. Just so we capture the entire universe.
We trust bonds.
That's why I don't.
Nobody trusts them. That's,
Well, okay, so I get that argument, but we try to preserve maximum flexibility in the ballot, so we capture the entire universe. But then in the pamphlet, there's actually a table, a proposed capital expenditure table. And that's where we have to list the projects in as much detail as we want, but knowing that we're living within the limits of that table and we're held to it. So we try not to be super detailed there. There'll be a lot of give and take with the district in terms of how we want to word it. We have that table down to 2 or 3 bullet points that capture the universe. But if the attitude from this district is you want to be a little more specific to highlight particular campuses, particular programs, we can do that. But just understand that the more specific we get, the more accountable you are, so to speak, because we have to stick to each line item. Each line item gets a separate dollar amount as well. So there's some give and take there. So, but that's the way it works. You'll see in the resolution a fairly broad delegation from this board to the super and to Marcy in terms of working with the county on the election, approval of the intergovernmental agreement. This county calls it a menu of services in terms of how the election is conducted. We expect this year will be an all-mail ballot election since it's an off-year election. The delegation also includes the authority to work with me and the county on the voter information pamphlet that I've been mentioning. The VIP, the pamphlet will be mailed to all to households with registered electors by September 30. That's the county's calendar. The pamphlet also includes the full ballot. So everything is, the idea is everything is in one pamphlet that folks can have available to them to understand what's being requested, how much it's going to cost, estimated tax rates, estimated debt service schedules, that proposed capital expenditure table I mentioned, the for and against statements will also be in the pamphlet to the extent folks submit them. This board, as you may know, since it's a bond election, may not submit a pro statement. If you do an override, you're allowed to, you're required, but not for a bond election. Yes.
I've submitted pro statements in the past. Is that a new change of the law?
No, on your own behalf, and even you can identify yourself as a board member, that's fine, but you're not doing it as a board, as a collective
An
board.
individual can,
As an
but not.
individual, yeah.
So we all can submit something on our own, but we can't all sign the same one.
Exactly. Yep, exactly. And I do see pamphlets now and then, not from districts this large, but smaller districts where remarkably there are no pro statements at all because no one's taken the time to do it. But in my opinion, any board member may do so. Mayors, legislators, who's ever supporting this district may do so. So, yes.
is there anything else that we cannot do?
Yes, I was gonna get to that. Yes, there's a lot you cannot do. And that's why I was trying to emphasize up front, your primary role, if you decide to do it, is to call the election. That is your role as a board. Beyond that, you're not doing anything as a board with respect to this election. Having said that, as individuals, not using district resources, which is an important part, so not using district email, admin time, postage, paper, whatever, assuming you're not doing any of that, you're doing it on your private time, using your Gmail account or whatever, using your own cell phone, you can do whatever you'd like to do. To the extent you're speaking in front of a group of people, probably makes sense to do a disclaimer that you're not speaking for West-MEC, you're speaking on your own behalf. And I think that works, and we see that all the time. We see it more now than we used to, kind of like, you know, desperate times call for desperate measures. But I'm not encouraging you to do it, but you may do it, and the Attorney General has told us as much. So you do not lose your civil liberties just because you've taken the time to serve on this board. Finally, the election resolution, will approve the election notices. There are various election notices that we have to get through. And then you also, as a board, have to make a request to the public to actually call for them to submit pro or con statements by, I believe it's August 8th. So that'll be in the resolution as well. Any questions before I move over to the second part of this, the site sale election resolution, which will be a separate and distinct resolution we'll ask you to consider. Okay, there's a lot of overlap, and some people accuse us of cutting and pasting, but the site sale election resolution does stand on its own. It'll look very familiar once you make it through the bond resolution. The unique thing about the site sale resolution is the ballot gets longer because we have to identify each site that you're considering selling, leasing, or exchanging by address, by proximity, by APN, assessor parcel number, and unfortunately with a legal description. Some of those legals get a little long, so that does tend to lengthen the ballot on the site sale, but you'll see it. It's the form that we use for everyone. We're doing more site sale elections than we ever have, probably 2 to 3 a year. We used to do maybe one every few years. More districts are sitting on land and they figure they should put it to use. So that's kind of what we're seeing. Otherwise, that site sale resolution is going to be pretty much the same as your bond resolution. It'll have election notices, it'll have the form of the ballot, and again, the request for pro-con. The important point is if the voters approve the authority for you to sell, lease, or exchange, the lease part of that only lasts for 20 years. So that will expire if you don't act on it for any of those parcels. The sale or exchange is perpetual. So it's perpetual authority for this board and a succeeding board to sell or exchange. Having said that, if the voters approve it, you don't have to do anything. You can just sit on the land. I think we're talking about possibly 4 parcels. You never have to do anything unless it makes sense for you at the time to act. But it's giving you the authority to do so. Yes.
So why wouldn't we, since we're gonna do the election, all of our parcels up, and then, as you said, we can sit on it, we'd never have to call for it again unless we buy something new. And that way, we're not, oh shoot, I wish we would have put campus 2 up because it doesn't make sense anymore.
But yeah, I get the point. I think you're capturing now the parcels that make the most sense or most likely. I can say from my experience, the most I've seen on a ballot, and we're not limited, but the most I've seen is 4 or 5 parcels. If you put, say, 20 parcels on there, it would make for an awfully long ballot. Probably cause some questions, but not to say you couldn't do it. But I think, and Marcy, maybe you can speak to I don't have a sense of the particular parcels.
Thank you for the question. Good question on the selling of the parcels. And would it make sense to put all of our schools on the list? I think that would cause great panic. So the parcels we're looking at right now are, these are 2 buildings here, and then the land that we own over by Central. Because we've looked at that land and it just doesn't make sense to build over there because of the proximity to some of the industry that's there. So those are the 3 parcels that we're looking. Because if we know that we're going to be vacating this building to build a new one, then we want to make sure our new one, where am I at? Then it makes sense to ask for those right now.
Is any of that land from John F. Long Foundation?
Central might be, that might be a
Central
Maryland.
might be.
So it probably would be good to give them a heads up, and if they, because they sold it to us at like $1 an acre, and for us to turn around and sell it, I want to keep their support. And we had visions of something to do, and I would hate to upset that. It
Yeah.
might be better not to sell that one. You know, I think go talk to Jake Long.
And just as a follow-up to that, well, part of what we do as your council, on a site sale, we will look at the deeds, the underlying deeds for each parcel to make sure there's nothing in there that would prevent you from selling, leasing, or exchanging. We've seen occasions where it's designated that it's used for education for a certain amount of years or maybe forever. So we'll figure that out before we go to the voters.
I think we also, because they've given us a lot of land at $1 an acre.
Yeah.
I would hate to sell something and upset the cart.
We could trade.
Makes sense. Go swap.
And I can share a memo with Marcy to share with the board on 15.5.11, just to give a little more detail on unpermitted activities. But basically, if you're in doubt as to what you can or can't do, just run it through Marcy or Scott, and they can run it through me. I look at this stuff all the time. Marcy and I have worked on elections in the past at other districts, and you know, if the district wants to do something outside the pamphlet in terms of providing communication to the district, I review everything, so we're making sure not to step over, because we want to stay factual and neutral in terms of the information we provide to the public. We're not persuading, we're not advocating, we leave that to the PAC.
Okay, well, that was a lot of information this evening. Afternoon, and we have a board meeting that starts at 4:30. But are there any other questions, anything else that you would like us to bring back to you? We would like to bring this as a resolution to the May meeting. So Dr. Spurgeon gave you a little bit of homework. I will tell you, I was super excited when I went to the State of the City of Peoria, because West-MEC is showcased. And we are in their plans. You know, and they showcased our kids in the video, so they're very excited about us coming to their community and being part of supporting their economic growth as well.
The other thing I would offer to you, if anybody wants to set up a time in the next few weeks to sit down and visit and talk through other things, I'm happy to do that as well.
I think the thing that I asked back in January, I haven't heard answered, and that is the future of Paradise Valley. I see money in for Paradise Valley, but what we haven't answered is, are they a fit for West-MEC? The Paradise Valley is in a whole different economic ecosystem. If we're gonna continue with them, who's going to start to build those relationships, identify those employers on the northwest corridor of the 101? What does that look like? What are those jobs? Because are they truly in, or are they truly out? And if they're in, what does that look like? How are we gonna invest? Because we haven't gone to like the Northeast Valley Chamber of Commerce, and they haven't met with the mayor of Scottsdale. So that's a lot of work on you. Do you have capacity? Do you delegate it to someone else? Or do we say Paradise Valley hasn't engaged?
I'm still in with it. I still think there's plenty of hope, and I think plenty of opportunity there, but it's gonna take some more effort
And
from
so
all of
could
us.
you outline that for me of, hey, why we think they're in and what it's gonna take, because they haven't engaged. And I have a lot of questions like on the high ground report. It's gonna take way more than 10 minutes. That's something I can filter through Scott or who?
We'd be happy, I think, to set up, if you want to set up an online meeting, we can just walk through it.
Yeah.
If you want to.
Especially I'd like to talk about the 2016 election, because if you could send that report, I recall the numbers being much higher than 57%. And it was day 3 after the election before we found out our bond passed. It was very close. And my other question would be, I looked at 2 districts that had off election and then 2024 elections. That was Fountain Hills and Deer Valley. And both of them were 7% lower in an off election year. And if we barely pass at 50%, we're looking at a 43% approval rate. How do we get to 50 and what is the plan? And so I would look to high ground to kind of explain that, because that's really my big concern with this year versus next year.
Hey, Brian, didn't you pull some data? Is Brian still here? Didn't you pull some data on the off-cycle elections versus the ones that are you wanna come up for a second? Cause I think we asked you to pull that several months ago, looking at, cause I think it was after our conversation, Mr. Straka, that we took a look to see if there were statistical differences or any differences in on site.
Mr. President, members of the board, we do have a history of multiple questions and off year and, and general election years too. I don't have that with me and I can't remember exactly what it said, honestly, so can I just provide that to you?
Yeah, sure, and I'll forward that to you, cause
Yeah.
we have that information.
Yeah, look at like Fountain Hills and Deer Valley, because those are the two that were 23 and 24. Deer Valley didn't fail as much and
Yeah.
24 is 23. And I'd be interested to hear Paradise Valley, because they did a bond last November and 2 weeks later, they announced they're closing 5 schools. And the parents are really mad over there. And what might be a positive bond experience, we've lost a lot of bonds have lost, I think, a lot of credibility in Paradise Valley. And I hear that's 18% of our district. That could hurt us. So I think those are some things that I'd like, how do we?
With Tolleson too, I mean, they passed $125 million bond and then they give $25 million to a different feeling school district. Can't be that can't be good.
And then they announced like within 2 weeks, they're closing 5 schools.
Brian, I had a quick question for you. On the bonding capacity,
Yes.
I see two numbers here for 2 fiscal years, fiscal year 27 and fiscal year 30.
Right.
417 million, 427, 508, 430. Which one are we using? Is that just?
Mr. President, members of the board, you measure bonding capacity when you sell the bonds. So we gotta look into the future a little bit. And with a modest growth in full cash value that we assumed, I think it was 3 or 4%. And with subtracting out the payments you're gonna make on your existing bonds by then. That's how we did that. And so I looked at a couple of things. One was the fiscal 27 year. If everything works out how we assumed, we'll have enough for the 415 million, enough capacity for the 415 million. If not, we looked out 5 years and that's over 500 million. And so that's why we did that, just to take a look at what it looked like in the future conservatively.
Does that include we kept our tax rate flat, even though it could have gone down? So we're
Yes.
buying back more and there's a $6 million payment that we
Yes.
wanted to make. So our goal was to fast track. And then are we looking at a 10-year bond or a 20-year bond? Because I heard someone say 20.
20.
Yeah, in our assumption, we assumed 20.
And so in 2016, when we looked at 10 versus 20, because of how big we are, the cost, could we look at those numbers? Because the cost was like 5 cents per, it was minimal, where if we could pay it off in 10 years, but the amount we would save for the taxpayer was, Barbara, you were here, it was like stunning. And so I would we should look at the 10 versus the 20, because I think we're, with this kind of a big number and how much we've grown, I think a 10-year bond might be appropriate again.
You remember the idea you had to take our tax rate to 13 cents as a flat rate, save the taxpayers either 22 or 24 million dollars in interest over the life of that.
Yeah.
And see, that's where I think we've been.
Sales that helps to sell it too.
We've been smart ahead of time and kind of, that's what we've talked about is, I don't wanna tie the hands of future boards, so a 10-year bond is much more attractive than a 20-year bond because 10 years from now, there's no debt, they can sell
And
another.
almost all the other ones are 20 years. So when we came up with that 10.
That will impact your tax rate.
But how much? I don't think it's, because when we looked at
So
it,
you wanna see those, you wanna see that data?
Yeah,
And we'll have a
because
plan.
I think
Okay.
you're gonna be surprised, instead of 13 cents, it might be 15 or 16. And to cut 10 years off the bond, would you pay 16 cents for 10 years or 13 cents for 20 years?
13 cents. Keep it down the road. I'm still a little, I just wanna make sure I understand this correctly. So the 415, that's what goes on the pamphlet, right? That's what we asked for the voter. And that amount is calculated off of the
Our bonding capacity.
27-year bonding capacity, okay? Not the 2030, 508 million.
Correct. Because we assumed, again, we're trying to be conservative here and aggressive in our assumptions. because we assumed all the bonds would be sold by that second sale in fiscal 27. That's why I put that number there to show what we project bonding capacity to be that year, and it looks like you could sell all 415 million. And again, we don't know what the future holds, but being conservative, that's how we got there.
The reason you sell it over a period, couple, 2 or 3 years, you can't spend $400 million a year. You can't build things that fast unless you're building a major manufacturing. So it's gonna take probably within 3 years to be able to build what we actually sell in bonds to.
Well, and just figure the staff trying to do all those projects at once, if we could piggyback them. The same staff can do the first 3 years and 6 years and 9 years or something.
Also, the tax rate, that's determined by the board, right? How much we wanna, the interest rates. Oh, okay, okay. The tax rate goes on the pamphlet, but not the interest rate that we pay. Okay,
We see a maximum interest rate.
okay.
If inflation takes off and goes to 12%, we can sell it, because we said 6% or 7%.
But Mr. Mayor, what you're asking is the tax rate is also approved by the board during the time which you approve the budget for the next year.
Yeah.
Yes.
It doesn't go on the voter pamphlet. The interest,
We make estimates showing in the future what we think it is, but we're not held to those. We just have to do our, best efforts to show what we think it looks like. And so it looks like the 13 cents would fit for these assumptions.
Scott, how fixed are the new campuses as far as the time frame that we're looking to build them? Is that a fixed? Or is there a playroom in that? Is that gonna affect, because I'd like to be as transparent as we possibly can when we have that voters pamphlet, so that voters know exactly what we intend to do with that money.
One of the things you have to consider is the longer you wait to spend the money, the more expensive the campuses become to build. And so that's why it's to create a reasonable type building timeline so that we were able to maximize the money that we had without getting. If we waited to finish the Southeast campus, every year we wait costs us an additional $4 million. So that's why we try to be reasonable with our projected opening to make sure, because some of the smaller campuses, like for example, Agua Fria will have been built within like 9 months. So within a year, you can build the smaller campus that we're doing with no issue at all. Plus we have Matt Heath who kind of oversees those projects. So the timeline is not completely set in stone, but I think in order for us to maximize that money and maximize the openings of those programs to get more kids into CTE, I think we've done a pretty reasonable timeline.
Oh, I think we've been doing great. Do you think this is something that we might want to add to the pamphlet, kind of a time frame?
It's hard to do that. I think, as Jim said, the more specific you get, because for an example, if we had something that had come up in one of the projects where that project is no longer viable, when you put the pamphlet, you have to stick to. So it's better to stay general with the general outline of what you're going to be doing, so you're not held to that. Because let's say, for an example, maybe there's no property in Vistanti that we get ever find. Well, if it's on there and we've stated it, and there's nothing for us to do, then we're held accountable or held captive to that statement, that timeline, and a piece of property that we can no longer issue or afford. That's why you have to stay general. So if you have crises or situations that would prohibit you from doing what you said, you stay at a very high level so that you give the voters enough information, but also allows them enough flexibility to be able to make changes.
So the only thing that we're really sure of is the Agua Fria and the Southeast campus and North Peoria, and South Peoria. Those are the only ones that we know for sure.
We think these would be great spots for us to be able to do these projects on. And so at a high level, we might say, for an example, if we weren't able to get next to Mountainside High School for a reason, whether way we don't lease or we don't purchase, we just want to make sure we stay general enough so that we can actually do something in that general area. So it may not be the exact property, but it's going to be in that general area, and being general like that allows us the flexibility to do that.
Okay, maybe we can do, say something like this, since we haven't got the land or whatever,
They'll have a pretty good idea with that pamphlet. They'll have a good picture in their mind about what the direction that we're going to go.
As we complete these projects, I would love to see that, it's advertised, that people know this is what we're doing, so they can trust us the next time we ask for a bond.
There'll be a lot of generalizations built into the presentations that we do out with all the community groups. So they'll have a pretty good idea. And again, I think as Paul mentioned, one of the things that you have to make sure that you talk to people about is students have one set of interests, business entry has a set of needs, and the parents have a different set of needs with the surveys. And so when we build our marketing campaign and our conversations with the community, we're going to be building those conversations around what is attracting to them. So they know and understand that, yes, we heard your needs, and we're at least gonna talk about what's important to you, but also talk about the business and industry needs and what the workforce pipeline has to look like, and also what students are most interested in. Like, for example, cosmetology was the lowest interest rate, and it's one of those waitlisted programs we have at West-MEC. Cosmetology.
Well,
is-
and that's what kids are asking for. That's what they want, you know?
Exactly.
Gotta give them what they want.
All those things where you have to meet difference, the student needs, economic desires, and then the desire of the public to support what they believe is necessary for the place in which they reside. So it's a lot of interest.
It's past 4:30. Do I need a motion to end the study session?
No.
No, just end the study session. Okay,
Yeah, maybe take a 5-minute break and then.
do a 5-minute break and then. To our general board meeting. It is 4:41. I was gonna say AM, PM.
Yeah.
And we are starting with. All order and roll call. Looks like all of us are here, all the governing board members. Moving on to the second item, pledge of allegiance and moment of silence. We have, who do we have coming up? Tracy Graves. Yes. Is Tracy here? Oh, okay. Go ahead. Yeah. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Didn't explain that, Scott. Don't get these chairs. Thank you. Motion to adopt the agenda as presented. So, is that? Yeah. Motion by Ed. Motion by Ed, second. Second.
Where's that? One.
That show up on our.
Everybody?
There
it goes. Yep. Give me in.
I had to redo it.
There we go.
Traffic on 10.
That one?
You got held up.
Yeah, that was popping up on my screen.
Now you can feel it because the snowbirds are not going generating. It's still busy. Since every morning.
Voice or both on this one, so we can move it along. Anyone left?
Yeah, I,
Just let us.
1 second. Like this?
Yep.
Well, you have to join the meeting. And that's how it's not coming up. So it's not letting me join the meeting. Select it or.
Just need to get her verbal.
You can do a
Just give her
verbal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Out.
We'll move on to the next item on the agenda, summary of current events. Oh, there it is. Showed up on the screen now, thank you. Right, so next item is superintendent report.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Ramirez. Just a few items to talk about. As we look to a potential bond issue, we've put together some presentations for some groups so far. Talked with the CTE directors, and also invited the superintendents, our partner district superintendents. Talk through because I want to make sure we're transparent about everything that we're thinking and talking about. And we got some feedback from our superintendents from this report last week. And then we have Superintendent's Advisory Committee meeting coming up tomorrow, which includes business partners, the superintendents that weren't able to attend last week come. So I want to make sure that I keep everything transparent with sharing the information and thoughts around what West-MEC is thinking, plus getting their feedback. So really, really good meetings, good conversations for our superintendents and also for our programs coming up. Was able to participate in Dysart's annual CTE program review. They do one every year and they invite their community members, their partners, their students, their faculty, and the superintendent. Several folks are there, so I was able to give a little West-MEC overview and update of kind of where we are and what's happening. And so that went really, really well. Just finished the tours for about 20 or 22 CTE folks from the Denver Public Schools and a couple from the Dallas-Fort Worth area looking to replicate a West-MEC model. What you typically find, the ones from Dallas-Fort Worth, they have the typical CTE programs like many districts do, but it's really not meeting the workforce development needs. And so they're looking to provide some standalone folks that are much more nimble and able to make changes when you have the need for that workforce development item. So their last 2 days, they just had a great experience, really good conversations with those folks. So glad they were able to make it out. Staying close with the city of Buckeye, again, we talk about the potential property out at our Southwest campus, so we've been working with them. Again, with looking at the potential for other collaborations, because sometimes when you can get a couple folks together, it might minimize the amount of money that it costs. Right? Some folks may be able to throw in some additional funding, so we're glad to work with them as well. Finished up 2 weeks ago, a filming at our new Agua Fria campus for the Agua Fria School District. They're doing some promotional videos to share with their communities, what's coming, kind of the preview of a movie. So I did some filming out at our Agua Fria campus. That'll be coming out pretty soon. It's me and standing in this hard hat with the yellow vest on, seeing the projects behind us. And for the Agua Fria campus, I'm so pleased that they topped out on the welding facility 2 days ago, and they'll be topping out on the HVAC electrical facility within a couple of days. And so they'll be moving steel, which is fantastic. And I think we got some good news. I think Matt was telling me we got some good news. We were working hard with APS. APS it takes a while to get those plans approved. And so we've been working with some of their folks to get those expedited, try to get that done. Ed's brother Ernie has just been phenomenal with Agua Fria to be able to get some things done, expedite that, and move that project forward, because this project's going to be done in probably a faster timeline than you can think. So we're just very, very, very excited about that. And I told GCON, they've just done a tremendous job. I said, if anything has to suffer, don't build the administration building. If you're behind on something, be behind on that. Get my 3 buildings open, when the school starts. Because I can put 2 or 3 people in a building. It's hard to move. We already have contingency plans for students. If we were behind, Agua Fria has space for the students to be able to accommodate them for a short period of time if we had to move straight up. So just done a great job with Agua Fria. Was also participating in the Leadership Alliance breakfast with Agua Fria, their Union High School district. They've done just phenomenal things. And I'm hoping that at some point in time, maybe some other districts might adopt the academies model. Nate Showman, their district director of CTE, shared that their freshman class who are in the academies right now, their number of Fs is down 55% in the first semester from the academies model, and their attendance is up 21 or 26%, and their number of suspensions 10 days or more down either 21 or 26%. So they're seeing some tremendous value in the performance improvements of the students in the academy. So very excited about that. And then the last thing is we've just we have the ribbon cutting ceremony coming up on April the 17th, and I'm sorry you're gonna have to miss the dogs.
I know.
But the dogs are gonna be there, the representative is gonna be there, I think, an hour early, and unveil those. We're hoping we might be able to get them moving a little bit. We're gonna have some demonstrations in the new IT security lab, and the new lab upstairs, and so you want to make sure not to miss that ribbon cutting ceremony. So we have 17th.
17th, yeah,
Yeah,
10 a.m.
10 a.m. So, and I believe, I don't know if Dr. Parsons here, I believe we've got some things set up for some student demonstrations and things like that for a great ribbon cutting ceremony on the 17th. So we're excited. We're excited. Dr. Parsons is excited too. So
Do we have any media going?
yeah, Chris, I know we have the media. We invite several media outlets.
It's 10.
Put out the media calendar, advisory calendars, and it's up to them if they want to show it.
Yeah. And sometimes they pick up pictures that we put out too as well, and stories, things like that. Other than that, that's all I have, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any updates from the board? Start with that end, Mr. Steins.
Easy.
Yes.
I can tell you what the inside of several hospital rooms look like.
Okay. Yeah, yes.
I was actually up at the Northeast campus in the automotive department. And looking at the competition they've got coming up. And the prizes and the awards that those kids get. Man, I'm telling you, they've done a great job in getting donations. Those kids are gonna get a wonderful reward for their efforts. My goodness sakes.
I think our students earned a couple of $100,000 last year. It's through scholarships.
It's great.
Pretty amazing, actually. Anyway, I didn't have time to do it.
Right, thanks. Yeah, go ahead.
You know, one of the questions that we get asked quite often is about our relationships and partnerships with business and industry. They just, how do you do that? I mean, how does that work? And the thing that I always fall back on is, it's the value that we provide. If there was no value at West-MEC, the business industry would have no interest in us. But it's the value and the product that we produce, the quality of those students coming out of our programs, what makes all the difference in the world. So I just have to commend our administrators, our teachers, and the groups that really do a great job preparing our students, because if there was no value, there would be no interest.
Yeah, okay, good. Suppose.
Well, on March 27th, we had our transportation meeting. I've been working with Lisa Fink and stuff like that to talk about transportation between our CTEDs and our satellite schools. And so we had representatives, Lisa Fink, and also LD 24 representative Lydia Hernandez, LD 27 representative Tony Rivero, and then representative from LD 29. His name is James Taylor. And then also Mr. Robert Garcia was there, as well as Melina and Barb Wiley were there. And I thought the meeting was really great, but you know, the problem is just so multifaceted. You know, and I have to give kudos to you for mentioning the elephant in the room. Because, you know, I remember being at West-MEC, not West-MEC, West-Mark, meeting of here at West-MEC, and they talked about, you know, having our industry leaders, you know, they're part of the community. They need to, you know, work with the community. They have their demands of what they want. They need to work with us to get there. And that was one of the things that Ed identified right there at the meeting, and it kind of completely slipped my mind. But it's not only those community, you know, the industry leaders. We need to get our cities and towns involved, you know. So I've taken the liberty to start talking to some of, you know, the city council members, you know, a couple of mayors and stuff like that, to see the next time that we have a meeting, hopefully within the next couple of weeks or whenever it's going to be, that they can also join. Because one of the pieces of the pie is, you know, Peoria has their transportation, but they only go to Peoria. They don't go across town, you know. So maybe, you know, within these, you know, if we can work together, maybe we can, you know, do something special for that. And I'm hoping, you know, with the building of these 6 new campuses, that transportation issue may resolve part of its own problems, you know. But until we get there, we need the help of everybody. And it's just, we all need to work together on that. And then on April 3rd, I went to the Northeast campus for the National Tech Society. And I love that, because these students, they're the best of the best. You know, it's just hard to believe that these kids have that kind of foresight and maturity, the maturity of an adult, to put themselves forward. And they're just a huge difference. And the parents there are so proud, you know. And I have to say, there was one young lady in the back. They have these rolling screens, and it has comments of all the students and stuff like that. And one of the students there just professed her faith, you know, and you don't see that in young students today, you know. And I just, I thought it was really extra special. So it touched my heart. And that's all I have.
Smiley?
I was in transportation, maybe, it was And Linda explained it all.
Okay. Thanks.
And
Mr.
his
Straka?
idea of the elephant in the room did
Uh,
send the light bulb up.
I attended the CTE Policy Summit in DC. I had a few aha moments that kind of, after hearing some of the research, I was surprised. The big thing to expect, you know, they said there's cuts coming in the government, probably not in education. The tax cuts expire this year. Nobody wants those not to go away, but there will be some negotiation to make something happen. If the two parties can't agree, then they will expire. The other thing they said, there's cuts coming, probably likely into Medicaid will be the biggest impact to the states. An example, Arizona is a 67% reimbursement state. California and some other states are 50% reimbursement. Our Medicaid budget would increase 50% in Arizona, and that would negatively impact everybody else. So not much for education expense on that, but some of the aha moments, a lot of good discussions about apprenticeships and everything. They shared a lot of research. Still nationally, employers don't understand what CTE education is. They just don't get it. And the ones that do, they really say, like, have a partnership, have them to buy into it, not just provide employees. A lot more of stuff is going digital, so kind of move towards that. And then this was the one thing that I found surprising, and it kind of goes back and fits with a lot of what we've seen. Most people, almost 50%, believe CTE is for high-performing students or students that want to go to college. And that is even higher in millennials and Gen Z, which, you know, especially I think of Mr. K always saying, how come we're always getting the kids that are going to college? We're not getting the kids that are going to the workforce. That's because 45% believe this is to help you get into college, which that's not what we're here for. And I found that as a aha moment. A lot of talk about short-term Pell Grant. I did talk with one other lady that we would like to develop a program, and I think it would fit with West-MEC and adult ed. When service members are getting ready to discharge to get the training they need to move into the private workforce, to get their training in a short-term Pell where they can get their certification, we could create a training pipeline for them. And I think that's a great fit for our adult ed.
Yeah.
And so this lady that I was working with, she has ties into the National Home Building Association. We did talk about Project Search. I thought of you when we talked about that. And then the other highlights of my notes I'm going through. They talked about some different careers. Industrial refrigeration level 3. Never heard of this. Their average pay is $700,000 a year, and they can work anywhere in the world.
Where do I sign up?
I've never heard of this, but industrial refrigeration level 3, what is that? It's the HVAC, and I'm looking for, there is a couple other notes I had.
For large buildings.
For large buildings or something. Shoot, there was one other thing I had that was interesting. Oh, here it is. They did some public opinion research. When we talk about workforce development, people perceive that as a corporate handout. Talk about job skill development or career development, and people have more value to that. So the thought is, we're not doing workforce development, we're not helping corporations, we're doing skill development or career development. I thought that was kind of an interesting thing because we do hear a lot of workforce development, but people perceive that as
It's an old word, and it's called vocational ed. When I go around in Sun City West or with anybody older than 65, that's all you have to do is say that word. and they're sold.
And,
Well, if you look at some of the statistics, the presentation that we got in the workforce. One of the areas that was very positive for the workforce is those over 65, because we understand vocational training. A lot of us got some vocational training in schools back then, and then it was eliminated for a period of time. And so we know what that is. And now it's so much more now than what it was.
and on the flip side, the younger generation thinks it helped me get into college or for high performing students.
Well, but so you killed two birds with one stone by saying that we are doing skill development for young adults. And that we're not doing workforce development, and it's not for college bound students, although it can be for college bound students.
Yeah.
But
So it's a-
Anything else?
That's it.
Well, yes.
You would have loved this.
Mr. Garcia, do you have anything to share?
Yeah, so I went to the, not representing West-MEC, but I went to the Work-Based Learning Summit in Seattle. And West-MEC had two presenters. They had a good crowd. So the presentations were very well done. So congratulations to the West-MEC staff that had those presentations. They went over really good. But some of the conversation there that we always bring up with CTE is the under 18 worker and transportation. I think I heard those two more than the other, from the other states more than anything else. I thought that was pretty interesting. I mean, we're working on some things in Arizona for that. But also, so I also wanted to keep in mind, and I did want to mention this, when I was gone, I didn't realize, but a CTSO, you guys know CTSOs, there was a vehicle rollover. And they were coming back from a competition, the CT competition. And one of the students, a couple of students got hurt. In fact, one I think is still in the hospital. So just think about them when you're, as we're developing these programs. Those students were very excited, and even some of them were wanting to go back to their competition, but the accident was just so horrible. So we didn't have anybody. I think they were coming from Kingman. Yeah, they were Kingman. But they were CT students, and I think one lost a couple of fingers, and so it wasn't pretty. So this is the kind of work that we do, right? So we have these competitions, we do these things, we think that everything's gonna work out, and sometimes it just doesn't. So I just wanted to mention that, and thoughts and prayers to those folks that got hurt, because those students are gonna be impacted for the rest of their lives. Yeah, but some of the other taken out of that, I just want to mention it because I was on my mind. But I did also attend a conversation with executives for Grand Canyon University, and it was industry led conversations with STEM. And one of the things that really caught me was one of the employers that was working with the college said, you have all this training and everything else. All I want is for someone to have soft skills, because he lets people go more young people get terminated by not showing up, by having these bad behaviors. And he's like, I just want someone that's gonna show up to work. I'll teach them everything else. So looking at that as a measurement of where we're at in our CTE courses, I mean, that's something that's super important to the industry, because he brought that up in a college environment to the dean of the college. So just things like that for us to think about when we're drafting out these programs and performances. We'll always listen to the public about how we're doing as a gauge, and I think that's pretty important for our program. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Thanks to the board for all our reports. All right, next item. Item is call to the public. Let me read there's a disclaimer or disclosure or whatever this is. This is the time for the public to comment on matters that may be of interest to the board. Members of the board may not discuss items that are not specifically identified on the agenda. Therefore, pursuant to ARS 38-431.1H, Section H, action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter, responding to any criticism, or scheduling the matter for further consideration and decision at a later time. In order to facilitate accomplishing the business of the district in a timely manner, a time limit of 3 minutes will be imposed for each individual or group addressing the board. When you approach the podium, please state your name for the record. And I believe we have one individual, Andrea Calhoun. Can you go up, please?
Good afternoon, Chairman Ramirez, members of the board, and Superintendent Spurgeon. My name is Andrea Calhoun, and I currently serve as the lead career coach housed at the Northeast campus. I've had the privilege of being a dedicated West-MEC employee for the past 10 years. Over the last decade, the most rewarding part of my role has been witnessing the success of 10 years of students and program completers. Whether it's landing their first job, purchasing their first car, buying a home, or starting a family. Being a part of their journeys and helping them earn certifications, building transferable professional skills, and connect with industry partners has been a true honor. As a tenured and grandfathered employee, I take pride in the contributions I've made and the relationships I've built. That's why I feel deeply disheartened by leadership's recent decisions to propose a completely new healthcare plan for board approval without prior communication or engagement with staff. Many of us only became aware of this proposal after the board agenda was posted yesterday. And unless they are watching the meeting now on Zoom, some staff are still unaware of this proposed health plan. Transparency and trust are critical in any workplace, and the lack of communication surrounding such a significant change has been disappointing. I've spoken with colleagues across my campus, and the majority were not aware to significantly shift employee benefit costs. The only communication we received was about the district's move towards a self-funded model, noting we would have to enroll by May 1st and could meet with insurance vendors during a meeting this Friday. The proposed changes would effectively eliminate grandfathered benefits for long-term employees like myself. As a result, I'm now facing a reduction in take-home pay, while newer employees benefit from higher starting salaries and lower benefit costs. This imbalance sends a message that tenure and loyalty are not being valued. If employee retention is not a priority for new district leadership, it would be appropriate to communicate this clearly to staff, allowing them to make informed decisions regarding their careers and personal life. I respectfully urge the board to consider the broader implications of this proposal, not just financially, but on the morale and the retention of the experienced, dedicated staff. We remain committed to the success of our students and programs, and we ask for the same commitment and respect in return. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And then call to the public. Is there anyone else? Second call. And third. No one, okay. Thank you. Next. Recognitions and celebrations. Mr. Wakefield.
Chair, good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board, Dr. Spurgeon. Team, as you know, teams of great people are the reason for the success at West-MEC. Either on a campus or department, West-MEC has put the right people into the right places. Today, we're here to celebrate one member of the great professional development team. She goes above and beyond every day. Jessica Harris started her work at West-MEC in 2022, coming to us with a successful teaching background in early childhood education. Since joining our team, she's contributed in exceptional ways. Her training and experience has helped us to design a literacy and CTE course that's been accepted for credit through ADE. She contributes on our online course registration system. This system captures all of our course registrations, approximately 50 courses through PD, 70 courses through student services, all of West-MEC U, which is training for West-MEC employees, and then all of our teaching and learning offerings. This system has boosted the use of West-MEC and our statewide impact of 57 organizations across the state. She communicates with members of the districts, our district directors about their registrations, their teacher completions of courses, and then access to their portal. Through her work, we're able to serve 833 CTSO officers this last fall. They received training on how to perform their officer duties, which equaled 159 advisors bringing those students to school, to class. And that was on 19 different training days, and that represented 153 individual chapters. And by the way, that equaled 308 pizzas for our students. She's also been very instrumental in maintaining the department ordering and budgeting as well as reconciliation. Jessica has a can-do attitude and brings a positive spirit to each day's work. When I thanked her for the work she's done, she simply replied, "You're thanking me for the work I do every day." From the PD team and from the organization, I say thank you for all your work to transform teaching and learning. You may have some questions for her.
Would you like to share anything? I guess.
As Joel said, I came from early childhood, so coming to West-MEC has been great because I've gotten to learn so much about CTE and just how beneficial it is. And I have 2 girls at home who talk a lot about what they're gonna do when they come here. My youngest would like to do law enforcement, but in space. So I'm wondering if he could like start working on that. I'll talk to Julie. But in all honesty, it's been great being on the PD team with just a unique, fun group of people. Getting to work with Joel every day, he's a wonderful leader. And then just getting to just, help support not only our staff here, our teachers, but CTE teachers across the state. So thank you.
So what do you want to bring to the table? What are you gonna improve on? What do you think where we're lacking or slacking, or what are you gonna bring to the table?
I don't know that I'm gonna bring anything to the table per se, but I like to just kind of keep working in our department, just, shoring up tight ends and just getting things, organized behind the scenes. I say behind the scenes, just making sure that all of our classes are professional and we're making sure that our teachers are getting in, they're getting their certificates, they're able to communicate with whoever they need to communicate with the directors, so the directors know who they need to communicate with.
Do you see any parallels between early childhood development and what you're doing now?
A little bit. I mean, I would say I came most recently from a resource center, and so being in that position, I was overseeing it. So kind of that, that piece of it I do. I think probably that the littler ones are easier than the bigger ones. So, I don't know that you're gonna get me into a classroom with high school students.
Made you apply for a job here.
So I had been a classroom teacher for 10 years, and then I had a daughter and I was running a family resource center, and it was very rewarding, but I had a young child at home and I needed something that gave me more flexibility. And this opportunity it fell in my lap, to be honest, the opportunity to apply. And it just was definitely meant to be, because I enjoy it, but it gives me that flexibility of not being in charge or being in a classroom. And like I said, I really didn't know that much about CT, and now my daughter is gonna be a police officer in space, so.
One of the future programs for your.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. How old is your youngest? Must be a space pilot.
She is going on 5.
Okay, well, maybe now I quite that shit.
Right?
Yeah, well, be a part of it.
But you all look like twins.
I almost wore that shirt and decided.
All right. Count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Then one more. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations, Mr. Morris.
We gotta get some time together.
Great job.
In a few years, we'll be in Mars, when we do the space cops. I know, we will be, because Space Force has space cops. Yeah. Security forces. Industrial. Services update. All right. Student services update, Ms. Marilyn Babiar. Oh, there you are. I didn't realize we were already up there, yeah. Go ahead.
Chairman Ramirez, Superintendent Spurgeon, members of the board, thank you so much for letting me present today about just an awesome team of student services. So I know you love it when students come up, but today it's going to be an extra special surprise at the end when this great group is going to be able to come up and meet each one of you individually as well. So student services has 6 areas that we're going to do just a little snippet on each, otherwise we'd be here for a long time tonight. But please know that I'm just blessed to work in this arena. So the first one that we're going to talk about is something called counselor liaisons. And really, it's a broad word that all of the counselors are a liaison, but April Tyrell really kind of runs that program. And so you're going to see some numbers on here because counselor liaisons work with member, district, charter, and private school counselors. And I know you know from the many times that we've talked that it is these counselors that are on these schools that are making those connections with students that then come to West-MEC. They are, the data shows, the #1 person that students give credit to when they're saying, how did they find out about West-MEC, right? So when we talk about 66 counselor grants, a counselor grant is a program that we started about 10 years ago where counselors from these schools choose to participate in a grant and we're able to give them a stipend for participating in that grant. And we have about 49 counselors each year do this. We do counselor PDs, which is about 15 of them in the grants. And then we did industry tours. So that number 66 represents people and things that we did in the grant. And it's been very successful. In fact, one of the best parts of the grant is at the end when we do our post-conference and they write a letter of what the grant meant to them. And I believe that they think they're still in a master's program because what they write to us is unbelievable. And I need to remember to share those with you because they are truly insightful about what's going on their campuses and what they're gleaning from West-MEC. The other piece that's on there is these counselor events. So it's all the professional development that we offer them. Joel just mentioned there was about 70, so that's even that number right there, right? From student services alone. We do fall updates where we go out to every single school or we bring a group of them together on a campus to give them all the updates in the fall about what is going to be new at West-MEC. And as you know, there's always something new at West-MEC. We have a counselor advisory that we work with all of these counselors with. And then we do focus training because they're inside of our system, helping kids get enrolled and making application to our program. The second part of this piece is recruitment then. And we have 3 recruiters that are full-time here with West-MEC. But when we look at these numbers again, 220 presentations, those are application workshops, career fairs, community events, future freshman nights, summer camps, open houses. So these recruiters are going out to those presentations as well as our counselors and our career coaches are helping with all of that as well as administrators and teachers on the campus. When we talk about tours, we do them for high school students, junior high students, families, community members. We even have our vans, our orange vans out there where recruiters go and pick kids up, 5 students and a counselor, and then bring them back to one of our high opportunity programs. So it's alive and well and just, it's just a great program. So thank you for learning a little bit about counselor liaisons and recruiters. Next, we're going to move to exceptional student services, which our director is Shelley Tom, who I know you know. First, we're going to start with Project Search because I know it's a favorite of the board, right? So why wouldn't I talk about that? So get trained, learn skills, and gain employment. That's the theme of what happens in Project Search. It's for these adult learners, and they are on both the Renaissance
Hotel and Luke Air Force Base. There's so much more to talk about with Project Search, but there will be a presentation, I believe, in May, yes, about it specifically. So I'm just giving you the little commercial before it happens. But know that last year, 81% of our students that came out of Project Search were employed. And for the years that we've been doing, our average is 72%, which is higher than anyone in the state. And so we are very excited about that part of exceptional student services. Another area of student services is teacher liaisons. ESS liaisons that work with our teachers because they're teacher facing. And these two individuals that work with our teachers are supporting the implementation of accommodations and instructions with students with disabilities. They're attending those IEPs and 504s, and they're attending bridging meetings, which has really been just a new piece that's been added over the past few years that, as you know, our application is blind. So once kids get offered those spots, then we find out if they have an IEP or a 504, and we get to work to make sure that we're able to provide those accommodations for them. And these bridging meetings are what help us know about these students before school starts. Because you just can't have everyone show up day one on August 1st and think that you're gonna have all this in place. So starting now until August, bridging meetings are happening for students to make sure that we know what their needs are and how they can be met. And then it's working, right? So if you look at closing this gap, we celebrate the gap that's closing in students that have a 504 and IEP are beginning to mirror the growth of students, of all students in West-MEC. So when people say anything about students that have IEPs or 504s, they are completing and getting certifications like all students are, and that's pretty darn exciting. And then to finish off that area, what we do as a whole district with our multi-tiered systems of support, which is for all students, ESS, counselors, career services, campus administrators, teachers, everybody at West-MEC working together to make sure our academics, our attendance and behavior is being looked at constantly so that we have this retention rate, right? That we're so proud of because we're catching all of this. And that's what this multi-tiered systems of support does. Again, giving you just a snapshot. Later on, if you want to ask more questions about something specific or you'd like to have a presentation on something more specific, we're happy to do that for you. So moving on to college pathways, which Speranza Cleese oversees. So you can see that there are 4 areas that help us give students the college credits that they need for 1, licensure and certification to be able to use that, and 2, to be able to add to what they want to do for community college. We always say learn and earn. We're not saying that all students have to go right away to a 4-year school. They learn a little bit, they earn some money. They can go back and learn a little bit more and earn some money. We know that many of our partners like Banner, for example, they're gonna pay. If you can go work at Banner, they'll pay for your education, right? So we just know that, Mr. Straker, you mentioned that that's not our main goal. It's not our main goal. Our main goal is to get kids licensed and certified. What they do with that pathway is what we wanna just continue to hold them up in. So dual enrollment, we have 8 programs, but that doesn't mean that we don't have more sections than that. And dual is when one of our teachers is certified through the community college to teach a college credit, and students get college credit while they're in our program. Concurrent enrollment is when a student is applying for our EMT program or our culinary program, and they're going to the community college. West-MEC pays for that tuition, and again, they get those community college credits. Articulated credit, which there are 13 of them, is when we're working with private schools. So you've had some presentations on UTI before and the good work that's happening with our auto programs and our power sports programs and what students are able to gain. I would talk to our friend Holly Medina in the room to say what good things can happen, because her son is a perfect example of what can happen when a student leaves our program and has those credits from there, and how that program isn't as expensive as you would think it would be for a private program because of what they're doing to partner with us. And fourth is prior learning assessments. Prior learning assessments, a good example of that is cosmetology. So for many years, our students were taking cosmetology, but there was no credits that went along with that. Now through PLA, if a student stays in that pathway, they can take what they've learned at West-MEC, apply it to that pathway, and then get that associate's degree because of West-MEC and the community college partnerships. Those 4 areas have been worked on diligently, not only by Speranza, but by all of the counselors and administration here at West-MEC. But when we look at this 46%, those are students that participate in dual and concurrent. And we look at that 70% of our completers that enrolled in post-secondary. And we are really proud of these numbers because our students are doing a great job. Sometimes they've known they've wanted to go to college. Other times they came here, wanted to go right into industry, but maybe are doing both. They're taking community college credits and working. So, and our career services folks can tell us a little bit more about that data as well. Which leads me to my career services folks, which is run by Jessica Putten. And Jessica and her team of career coaches, I love their word, which is touch points, right? Because they're saying this is how many students they've actually touched in talking about resume writing, interview preparation, networking, job searching, which is exactly what we just heard earlier from Mr. Straka as well, that we need to make sure that or it was actually Mr. Garcia talking about these professional skills, right? That what do they have? When we think of 232 industry engagements, this is when our teachers are bringing this to our students, and our career coaches are working with those kids with work-based learning, guest speakers, field trips, advisory meetings. So think about all the people that are touching our students. So when they come to us, they're not just going only into their classroom and just with their teacher. They just have an array of people that are surrounding them to give them all the opportunities that they need. And we just put a little bit of our data on credentials that we've earned in 23-24, 1,400 preferred and required credentials. And right now we have 745. And the year's not over. And you know that some of our programs can't test yet, right? They have to finish the program in order to do that. So our credential numbers are outstanding. Talking about campus counselors now, Chris Guy is here as their lead counselor. We have 6 other campus counselors on all of our campuses, and we appreciate that there is a way to continue to do that. These are all master's level employees that you have to be a school counselor. You have to have a master's degree in school counseling, and they are all about community growth, making sure that our students are taken care of. And when we say ASCA, that's the American School Counseling Association, which we are members of in order to keep our professional world right where it needs to be, but that academic, personal, social, and career. Those are the 3 domains that our counselors work in. And I will share with you that there are some differences between a comprehensive campus like Dysart High School, where I was at, right? And being a counselor there, and West-MEC. But not in these 3 areas of how they care about kids. We don't have to graduate students, so we're not doing all of that. We're not necessarily, making sure they're passing AIMS or doing the things that they needed to do. But our counselors, our students, because they're with us 2.5 hours to sometimes 4 or even 4.5 hours a day, they look to our counselors as their counselor. So our counselors go in and do these lessons on the FAFSA or on anything that has to do with what's next for them. And so these lucky kids actually have a counselor on their homeschool campus and a counselor with West-MEC. So they're getting the best of all those worlds. And they lead, really what they do is they lead campus culture building and activities, and they do lessons in those classrooms. But the most important piece that they do is they facilitate filling campus programs and enrollment. They're helping on this side, doing professional development and building those relationships with the counselors to get kids in the program. And then once all of those applications come, they're the ones that are filling. We we do a priority allocation where we give those big numbers out at one time. But then from about March until the 10th day of school, they are filling and filling and filling. Our students have been able to take, put down 1, 2, and 3 as their choices. And if they don't get their first choice, we look at their second. If they didn't get their second, we look at their third. Or we say, hey, you wanted medical assisting 3 times because that's all they put on their app, right? But it didn't happen for you. Would you like EMT? Would you like pharmacy? Because those are all pathways that still go in the health services pathway. So they are looking at those connections, and that's why our programs are always getting built. So thank you to them. And last, working with Karina Chavez, who is our application and enrollment specialist. She starts with application and ends with enrollment, works with our SIS team and focus, and takes care of all of that, which is a big job. So we just gave you a little snapshot of applications. So this year, we had 5,029, but it's only April, right? We're gonna keep getting applications in April and in May and in June and in July and in August, up till 10 days. So those numbers will continue to go up. Completed and approved applications come from the work that the counselors do on our member districts, because they're in our systems and they're telling us by filling out their rubrics and giving us their transcript and having them take those tests for community college that they're good to go. And then we priority allocate so that we know which students are getting which programs, and we do that fair and equitably throughout our member districts, which is a whole nother presentation, so I won't get into that. And then we do have kids on wait lists and apps, which goes to the bond, right? And our new programs that we're talking about. Will every student always get into West-MEC? I can't say that. I don't know that any of us can, but more and more, we are making sure that students that are on a student success action plan or that are on a wait list are being considered for programs where we have openings. And this I just had to throw in because throughout everything that we do, we talk about relationships, right? Like that's what makes West-MEC so special. And for many years, you can see that there has been outstanding ACTE-AZ counseling awards. And if you get past the first 3 years, the 7, 8, and 9, that's when we were starting at West-MEC. And in the past 18 years, West-MEC member district counselors have won awards in all but 3 years. And from 2011 all the way to waiting to see if Sean Vandernaut is going to win at Tolleson this year, West-MEC has submitted the names for those students because we know that we need to continue to say thank you and honor them for the work that they do. And that's been pretty exciting. Now, some of these folks have won region as well. You know, we started state, we go to region, and then we've actually had 2 of our very own counselors win National School Counselor, and that's Shelley Tom and Chris Guy from West-MEC. So that's pretty darn exciting. This is just a little snapshot of all of that, and if you don't have that in your in your board book, I did bring some copies and I can give that to you so you can just have a little cheat sheet of everything that we do. And so now I would like to bring up the 6 wonderful colleagues that I was speaking about today. Come on up, ladies. And I'd like to introduce them again. And if you have questions, I know I could answer that maybe, but not anywhere near as good as they can. So Speranza Cleese with our post-secondary programs, Jessica Putten in career services, April Tyrell in recruitment and counselor liaisons, Chris Guy as a lead counselor, Shelley Tom, exceptional student services, and Karina Chavez, who is in application and enrollment. So we are here to take any questions that you might have.
So real quick, you were talking a lot about the presentations you do. And that they're successful. How do you know, like, you do a presentation or a freshman night and it's 2 years later that they enrolled? How do you know that you got 3 students out of that event? I mean, so as an example, I did an open house on a Saturday in October. And I sold 2 people that came in, and I've sold 2 people a house out of that open house. So I know that open house was worth my time. How do you kind of, because it's a long time, how do you kind of track how that's successful?
One of the things that we have, you guys help me out if you need to, but in our application, we have points that are in there that it says, I've attended a presentation, I've attended an open house. So when they say the things that they've gone to, they get points for that on their rubric. We're working with Rasan Bartet in the elementary part of it, where he's taking names of kids in camps and then watching that growth to see if they come into West-MEC from there. So those are some of the ways. Anybody have anything else that I missed? Open houses, we do have the names of open house students. We have for many years, right, Carol? Many years. So we could go back in. Now, they're not in our SIS system, and that's the problem, right? Because if you put a student in, like in 7th and 8th grade in our SIS system, it wreaks a little bit of havoc on the other side when they're gonna apply and then be a student. And we haven't quite necessarily figured that out, but I'm sure it's in our plan for the future.
It'd just be interesting to have some kind of CRM program to kind of really track because, oh, this person's come to 3 things, they're more likely to apply. A person that's one and done, I'm not gonna call them, but if they've come every 6 months.
Yeah, they usually tell us because they're calling all the time, right? Yeah. Yeah. But thank you, yes.
Yeah, with regard, you mentioned, that some of these students are really lucky because they have a counselor at the regular high school and then they also have a counselor here. How closely do you coordinate with those counselors?
All the time. So.
So that student's getting the same story from both sides, so.
Going into the beginning of the year, we talk about how we work in partnership with the counselor from their home school. So a lot of times when they're with us for 2.5, 4 hours, they can't get in to see their counselor at their home school because if you're on a comprehensive counselor, you call your kids in at the beginning of the morning because everything breaks loose after that. And so we will make that connection with the counselor, like, hey, can you please call this student in? They really need to talk to you about XYZ. Or we'll reach out to the counselor and say, we're having an issue, they're not doing well in class, they're missing assignments, what's it like for you? More often counselors are saying, hey, is this student on campus today? They missed 20 days with us. We're like, yeah, actually they are here. Let me go talk to them about the importance of going to school on your campus too. So we're in close connection with those counselors. Family situations come up. We just had a student who said that they were being evicted, at the end of the month. So reached out to that counselor immediately. To make sure that we can work with them to get services their district provides on top of what we can provide. So it's a constant cycle of working with member counselors for our students and their families.
Great, thank you. Additionally, there's a great structure in place to continue that communication all year long. Marilyn can talk a little bit about West-MEC reps and all the extra things that we do to keep that communication going, so it's a seamless. You can't perfect this.
I would, so we start at the very beginning of the school year with our West-MEC rep event, and we invite our counselors who are the West-MEC reps at each of our campuses, and it's a good annual event to kind of reconnect and welcome in new West-MEC reps to get to know them better. We follow that in the fall with fall updates where we actually, the 3 liaisons, we split up our districts, and so we're responsible for our districts and meeting with those counseling teams and providing them updates, addressing questions that they might have. Marilyn mentioned counselor advisory. We have a couple events a year where we pull certain counselors and it's kind of a give and take of information. They bring questions and concerns to us. We bring updates to them. And we just foster those relationships all year long. And then the good work that the campus counselors do reinforce that, like Chris said, where we're talking about attendance issues, grade concerns, personal concerns that they need their counselors help dealing with. And so it's just a constant year-long process of building and fostering those relationships.
And a lot of emails. We
A lot of
do a lot of emails to them and they kind of wait for that, so.
Did you all come from a district school?
Yes.
Yes.
What made you go from this?
You came from the right place, though.
So I came from for-profit education, but I'm in career services, so that
That
has
makes
helped.
sense.
Yes, that has definitely helped me in trying to get our students career ready. There's a lot of similarities coming from for-profit to public school, at least in career readiness.
Yes.
So one more thing, I was thinking back, what do counselors think CTE is for? And the reason I ask that is when my son was in PV, he had an IEP. And the counselor said West-MEC was for kids like him. And so I'm curious what the different districts think, and have you surveyed have you surveyed the counselors? Because I bet they don't understand career and skill building, is my guess.
I think so. I'm currently the chair of the Arizona School Counselors Association, and so working a lot with our annual conference and bringing training sessions. And luckily, the upcoming chair is a counselor at Civic, so C10 is kind of ruling the counseling world right now. And we're working hard to bring more information on CTE to counselors. I think our bigger districts understand that it's a pathway for all students to help them get a jump start on where they're going. We really kind of struggle with some of the smaller rural districts because the counselor is also the athletic director, who's also the English teacher, who's also the basketball coach, right? And so you don't know what you don't know when you're doing a million things. So working really hard on outreach and newsletters that we put out to constantly bring it forward, working with Emily Brown at ADE to bring forward, talking about ACTE and the AZ and the counselor track that they have. So it's just putting it all out there, unfortunately, we have counselors that have been around for a really, really long time, and they kind of are in their ways that haven't changed. But I feel like within the last 10, 15 years that mindset has kind of changed.
And I think we've had a great, we've done that, right? Our brand, right, has really changed it. But Shelley can speak to special ed.
We worked really hard through special education to be part of every fall update, be part of West-MEC rep meetings and those ongoing communications. We also have what we call our ESS Roadshow, where we go out to different schools and campuses and talk about what special education services look like in CTE as a whole, talk about the national numbers, and hello, we're outperforming most other students because it's hands-on learning, it's relevant, but it's also talking about the fact that CTE is actually good for all students. And we talk about data to help educate them in our personal relationships we have with each counselor and in our different professional development we do. We constantly speak to the fact that a student that completes CTE, regardless of disability or not, is more likely to complete high school, do better on state mandated tests, and persist in college past the first year than a student who doesn't complete CTE. And again, that's not disability based. So it's getting that message out there that truly it is CTE for all, and making sure that it dispels those myths. And then also for students with disabilities, do tell their staff and let them know that there's a place for them at the table too, and that we can support that as well. And I also think through our national organization, through ACTE, they've recently created a new division called CTE for All to help with all the different special populations that are listed under Perkins. So that is military families, homeless youth, it is individuals with disabilities, it's economically disadvantaged. It's so many different areas to help people realize that wherever you're at in your world, CTE is a good answer. And so we continue to help educate all of the counselors we work with as well, to dispel any of those myths.
I mentioned on school board, and people will ask me what school board, and I said the only one I would be on.
We're glad. That's it.
I wanted to also follow up on the question that you asked, Mr. Straight, although secondary pathways have also gone a long way towards dispelling the stigma of CTE, because like you were saying, some folks, and they're still out there, don't get me wrong. I mean, we're working very hard to dispel that, but they're still out there when they say CTE is for these kids, whomever those kids may be. But when you look at the program, and the majority, 99% of our programs have a very rigorous post-secondary pathway attached to it. And when you see that cosmetology, like Marilyn was explaining to you, has 30 college credits, that is on par. And we all say this all the time, every day. It's on par with every international baccalaureate program that there is, and advanced placement that there is out there. So you can say that cosmetology is for these kids and international baccalaureate is for these kids, because they are in fact on par as far as number of college credits. And so.
You mentioned that the student applications are blind, so you don't see anything about them until they show up. Have you ever found a case where you had somebody that showed up who has an IEP that we were not able to accommodate?
That's a little bit of a loaded question. As a public school district, we will accommodate. any student that comes through the door. But we do have these wonderful bridging meetings where we look at the IEP, or the 504 and say, it truly is a snapshot in time. It does not fully describe who that student is and how they learn. But if it looks like the needs might be many that we don't typically see in our industry, and it wouldn't be well aligned to the industry expectation of the credentialing, then we ask for a meeting with the IEP team, including the student and the parent, to talk about how can we best plan for success for next year. We're getting a running start. We're talking in April for when they get here July 30th. So how can we talk and coordinate between both schools to make sure we're providing that best possible support for them? And sometimes it's amazing when you have these good conversations, you find out in some areas they may have been overly accommodated in order to help plan for success on their high school. But when we talk about saying I can have an alternative way to demonstrate learning in automotives is a lot different than saying that in English class. I need them to be actually able to work on the brakes before we give that car back to somebody, instead of telling me that they know how to do the brakes. And when you talk to schools and families about that component, it's amazing how creative we get to work together and say, what's a more reasonable accommodation that makes sure they have the full benefit of learning with us, that has support at the high school and here to be able to make sure that's happening. So that's the bigger answer. We have had, I can think of 3 in the last 13 years where the family has made the decision not to come to West-MEC because they see that their students just aren't ready yet. And we like the word yet. Maybe they haven't been in general education classes very much at their high school, and this would be a big change. So maybe we're going to encourage at the high school that next year they're taking co-taught classes instead of self-contained. They're trying out a CTE class on their campus where they have more direct supports at all times from all the different staff on a comprehensive campus, and then reapply for the next year to come back. When they've had that positive skill building and confidence building year, then they can come back the next year. And that's really been the most we've seen of not being able to meet their needs, but it's been their choice, not ours. Not to
Like
be
I
able to
said, we
accommodate.
could have many presentations inside of this department. I would like you to hear from Karina, just because when she came here from Peoria, I love her story on why she came here.
Oh, so I came here from Peoria. I was in the CTE department there. I was a CTE specialist there. And they always said that West-MEC paid my check. And I was like, okay, that's cool. So, but I didn't really know what West-MEC was and how deep that partnership was. And then, once we had, I attended a couple West-MEC reps with, the team that I was a part of. And then I saw a campus, because it's always at a campus. And I was like, holy hell, okay, now I get it. Now I get the connection. So I was like, okay, well, that's my next move. I'm gonna go to West-MEC. So my career growth was to come here.
I love that story.
Yeah, no, Patty
What-
Beltram.
What do we do to make sure that the students are completing their courses and they're getting their credentials or completers? Are we do we focus in on students that are starting, but then they drop off at some point? We ever keep kids in the programs to finish the programs?
I'm gonna let Chris and Jessica kind of talk about that.
Yeah, so it's just kind of making it relevant. So we kind of with students that maybe have changed their mind and don't want to be in the career pathway anymore, we talk them through like finishing, because you always have a certification to fall back on. You never know what the economy is going to look like and when, you might need to step back on something that's familiar to kind of get a job. Also finishing the program, you have access to all the professional skills and the leadership skills that are important for any single job. And then access with what career services does, to making sure that we're building good people, not just good vet techs.
Yeah, absolutely. So career coaches at the beginning of each program go in and present what's called a career pledge to our certification pledge to all of our students. And they outline essentially what credentials are available for students to take while they're in the program. And it's essentially a commitment to ensuring that they sit for these credentials. They also include the cost of the credentials should they decide to take them on their own or after West-MEC, so that parents are aware of the cost of these credentials, that students know like, hey, West-MEC's picking up the tab for you. Why wouldn't you sit for these credentials? It doesn't make any sense. So yeah, career coaches are really good about being transparent about that aspect and making sure that students are committed in seeing their programs through and then also sitting for credentials, even if that's not something they're willing to pursue after leaving West-MEC.
Yes, sir.
Do you have an issue with kids that, I mean, do they have to maintain their high school grade level in order to keep in the program at West-MEC? Or can they let it slide, or, I mean, what, if you get it?
Students don't have to be, they have to be not a graduate to be in West-MEC. So we, of course, want to work with students to say, the best thing to do is to complete your high school at the same time as West-MEC. But there have been kids that have left and stayed in West-MEC. And then counselors and other folks have then worked with them to say, how about an online school? How about this? How about that?
That is an option then.
It is. They can be under the age of 22 and be at West-MEC if they have not graduated. It's really a dropout prevention program when you think about it from that perspective, which is a good thing. When we think about opportunity youth, the students that are age 16 to 24 that have not finished high school and don't have a job and are couch surfing or whatever, that's that group that could really benefit from West-MEC.
So does that make sense? If I drop out of high school, I can go to West-MEC till I'm 22.
Yeah.
If I graduate from high school, you're done. You can't come here
Well,
till you're 22.
Graduate.
So it's almost an incentive not to graduate.
Yeah.
If they complete high school while they're with us or before they get with even, they're able to enroll, but they just take on tuition costs because the state is not offsetting that with ADM. So we don't say you're 18, you got your diploma, too bad. We work to really find ways to help provide opportunities, even if someone has graduated. They just don't get placed faster than someone that's still in high school and working
But
towards
if
that.
they dropped out, they have to pay that tuition?
No,
No.
because
Not
we
if
could
they drop
set
out.
their name up to ADE.
Yeah, so if they drop out, they get their tuition paid. But if they graduated, they don't get their tuition paid.
Right, unless they're in a regional in-demand program.
Encourage that or publicize.
We don't encourage.
No, but the law doesn't make sense. That's what you have to.
But it's what we live with, right? And we don't have a lot of those students, but yes, like we'd rather see them do something than nothing, right?
But I bet there's a lot of kids that graduate and wish they could do West-MEC
I'll
and
bet
they
you-
would have 4 years
Yes, there are.
to, if we could do that.
And so our
Robert,
seniors
you
can
fix that,
apply.
please?
Our seniors can apply and they can either pay tuition or if they're in a regional in-demand program, then that tuition is paid for by ADE. So it's a listing that comes, Mr. Garcia, would you like to?
Yeah, so the in-demand list comes from.
You gotta come stand up here.
It comes from our economic development, Arizona Office of Economic Opportunity puts it out, for industries that have economic impact within a region. So if,
Employees that they need.
right, well, only if it has an impact. Not every company doesn't have an impact. It has to have an impact of that zip code or that region.
TSS.
And that becomes in demand, hence the word in demand. And I think we have what, 12 now or?
Well, no, I think there's more than that. I think we're in the
In-demand
20s, but like
industries.
cosmetology is not a regional in-demand program. But like our energy program and, some welding programs, those are in-demand programs.
And you can do an LOP if it's outside of that, to be able to create a program outside of the in-demand.
What if the kids are, I know that we've got a lot of people moving here from out of state. What happens if they move here as a, these are all questions. They either were a senior or they graduated. I hate to use a dirty word California, but in California, and then come here. There are opportunities, he's 18 years old.
If they've graduated, then they're not going to, if they are in their senior year and applying to us, we might be able to get them in a program, but if they're graduated and they come to Arizona, they should go to our adult ed program, right? They should go to the community college and take some good occupational classes. But West-MEC's a high school for the most part, right? Like we're a public high school. So we're really dealing with the majority, 98% is going to be, yes. So thank you for spending some time with us today. If there's anything more that you need, let Dr. Spurgeon know. We'd be happy. I just want to share with you that this group represents 28 of us that are in youth services because of project search and counselors and career services and administrative assistants and recruiters and ESS liaisons. So.
It'd be more fun to be a counselor here.
Well, I'm glad they all came, right? So, yeah, it was easy to steal. Thank you so much.
Motion to approve consent agenda items G1 through G14.
I would like to pull G7 out of state travel.
G7, okay, anything else?
G13.
G13. Sign, okay. And anything else besides that? Somebody make a motion to,
I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda minus items 4 and 13.
7 and
7 and 13. Yeah, 7 and 13. Sorry.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second, okay. Call the question.
Sure you brought that up there.
First meeting. No worries.
There's no vote thing on that action. Do a vote on the action. I don't, like, because we're on G1, correct? Yeah, it doesn't want me to do a vote on it.
I think it goes to do it on F1.
Yeah,
Not on
means
G1,
F1,
yeah.
Yeah.
It's gotta be on F1.
The motion to approve consent agenda.
Yeah.
Oh, chair.
You just gotta update the language in the motion.
So let's do that vote. Let's just do it.
And just do it verbal.
We can do a verbal. Okay, all
Go
those
down the
in,
line.
all those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those, any opposed? Nope. Ayes have it. The ayes and the ayes. Okay, so discuss the first item. G7.
Okay, first, after discussion, I'd like to make a motion to vote on each travel conference separately. And I'd like to get a second on that. I'd like to discuss each out of states travel separately. And then take a vote on each one.
Okay, I'll accept that.
Call the question.
So I don't think we need to make a
Oh.
vote on that. We'll just say,
Yeah.
you can,
Yeah.
at your discretion, say we'll discuss each one individually.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. You second and then we discuss.
I guess the first one up
Yeah.
for discussion. My spreadsheet. I have
There
it, here it
are
is.
4, so
Tennessee, one in California, and one in Germany.
you wanna
Well,
do,
there's four.
yeah, let's start with the
Um,
first one, the Long Beach one. Is there any discussion on that one? Procurement and contract management, admin certification.
Yes, I do have a question on that. Is this the only, I mean, this conference is $2,500, let's say. and it's at Long Beach, California. Is there a way that we can get credentialed besides going all the way to California to get it? Is there something else here that we can go ahead and get credentialed for whatever program that is?
Mr. Chairman Ramirez and Dr. Spurgeon, so this is for training for our purchasing coordinator to learn the new, we are doing an online purchasing program. And that online purchasing program is gonna make us more efficient in the way we do purchasing as we grow and if we expand all of our program. So this is something, and to answer your question, no. This is something she needs to go there in person and learn, and she will get credentialed to be able to be a certified purchaser with this open online purchasing concept. I believe it will save us money. We've looked at possibly either hiring another purchasing person if we grow the way we anticipate we're gonna grow, or be more efficient in our processes.
Okay, does that include, AI, using AI for some of these things?
I'm not familiar with the program yet, so I can't answer that question. It's possible.
Okay, all right. One of the things I'd like to know is do we have a budget for a travel budget? And if so, is there a limit on how much we can spend?
I do not have a limit in place at the time, no.
Okay,
But we have line items in the adopted budget. But there are things that will come up that we may need to spend on travel that we didn't initially put in the budget. But at the end of the year, you do see how we've spent all of that. Now, if there's something that we question, and we have these conversations quite frequently about the benefit to the organization when we're sending people out of state. And so those are concepts that we have, each department has a budget, Ms. Bosom. And within their department budgets, the leaders, the managers, the executive team makes that decision. That's how they want to spend part of their budget that they've been allocated for the year.
a part of the problem that because I went to each of their websites to find out what that program, what they were going there for. And there was nothing on the website. I couldn't find any information at all. And that's the reason why I was questioning it. So.
I think what would be helpful for the board. I think we had this kind of discussion, Mr. Ramirez, I think we had it last year. What is the travel budget for staff and how is it allocated? As an example, each board member has $5,000 a year. What is the staff limit? How is it allocated? I think we kind of talked about that. And we also asked for, when somebody goes on a trip, a brief write-up for the board that would say, hey, this is the benefit, this is what I learned, and this is how I'm gonna implement it at West-MEC, and this is what the benefit's going to be. I don't think I've seen any of that. I mean, I know we've talked about it, so I think that's kind of going back to the same question. And so that would be helpful. Is there?
I will tell you, as a leader, as this is my employee, I ask those questions. These are the questions that I ask, and each department head has their own budget. And they make that determination if that is going to be effective for their department. I require my employees to bring back what they've learned and to teach the rest of the staff what they've learned so that it is a shared information and shared experience.
See, and when that happens, the board isn't hearing about it. And that's what would be beneficial to the board, because I see it as, I think, Ms. Bosom, what I'm hearing you say is like, one person's going to Long Beach to learn something, to get certified, and that's the end of it. And we want to just make sure it's beneficial to the district and how those numbers work out.
You look at 4 people going to Tennessee. Is that what it is?
There's 2 different trips to Tennessee.
That's a different trip. Yeah, that would be helpful to the board. It can come, I think, as part of the report, like monthly report or something, or
It used to be part of
Yeah.
the monthly report.
That would be helpful to get that in that monthly report.
In a board update that we.
Yeah, board updates.
It used to be in the board update
Yeah.
a while
Yeah.
ago, and we haven't seen it for a while, and I think that's why we're back to the same questions, and I hate to
Okay.
beat it to death.
Mr. Tucker, just a point of clarification or point of order here. Remember the board report used to be like 9 pages where all that stuff, some of that stuff,
Yep.
and the board didn't want to see all that, so now it's down to like 3 items per.
Yep.
We can go back to the original format if we want to read that. Cause it does get kind of long.
I think one of the 3 bullets is if you had travel, that needs to be a prioritized thing of, hey, this person went here. They became certified in this, they trained the whole staff. We are now processing 1,000 applications a week instead of 600. You know, something that the board can see.
Yeah.
That's.
The benefit of what we're
Just something
looking for.
We don't want funded vacation.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want it to look like that, yes. Which brings me back to, might be a little over technical, but just to, if I'm wrong, someone please correct me. So we had a motion to break these apart and vote on them individually. There was a second. We have to vote on that first, right? And then go one by one, make a motion for the first one, vote on that, the second one and third and fourth, right? Is that correct? So the first motion would be to break it apart and then we vote on each one individually.
Well, we'll had as a motion, a second on breaking it apart, so we did.
So now we vote.
Now we vote on breaking them apart.
Yes.
And then we have to vote individually on ones.
Okay. All right.
So, do we want to just do a voice vote? Because
Yeah, we can do a voice vote. So all those in favor of breaking apart the overnight travel and voting on them individually, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those who oppose?
I'll make a motion that we approve item number 1. I think we've heard enough unless people have more questions.
Okay.
What's that in the board?
And we'll call a vote for number 1, which is the procurement and contract management admin certification in Long Beach. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those, aye. All those who oppose? Hearing none, motion passes. Then do I have a motion to approve the overnight travel for the SATA instructors?
I think we need to discuss it first.
No, we make a motion, a second, and then we discuss.
So we make a motion to
Yeah.
approve or decline, and then we discuss
Yeah.
it and we vote on the motion.
Yeah, because if there's no second, then it just dies. Okay.
Okay, so say that again.
We should make a motion before we discuss.
Yes.
Okay, make a motion, okay.
Motion,
I'll move to discuss the SATA trip.
okay, and then a second?
Second.
Second, okay, now we open for discussion.
Great. Okay. So this trip to Germany, I think the price is excellent for a trip to Germany, but I really have to wonder. I've looked all over the website. It's a 6-day trip. There are 7 tours. And really only like a half a day of training, and that training is spent on all of their products, learning their products and their processes, and that's about it. We have tours for, oh my goodness. To tour the Porsche Museum, tour the Sunshine Technical Museum. Okay, hold on for a second. Stupid thing. Closed up on me, so just hold on for a
Tours, a
minute.
few dinners.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's, tours to the King
This is a cheap trip.
Williamsburg, Palace.
Signed up for it.
Yeah, I just think that we could probably contact the person, because there is a US and Canadian contact, that if we want to really go down that trail, we could probably have a Zoom meeting instead of sending somebody to Germany for that kind of training.
Yeah, could I just add? I always like to say, what would the headline be? After the May meeting, it would say, West-MEC Board votes for a 415 million bond while sending staff to Germany this month. Is that the headline we want? And so I think part of it is optics. This is not the year to send someone to Germany if we want to ask the taxpayers for $415 million. If you were a taxpayer, would that make you more or less likely to vote for the bond?
Yeah, this seems like a training that could be done here in the States. I understand that the cost is only for the flight. Looks like everything else is included, the lodging, the meals and everything else. But still, I think $1,600, almost $1,700 for about a day of training that might
So
be able to
we
be
have a
done
day
here
of
in the
training,
US.
and
Yeah.
then it's on all their products, where you can go on
Yeah.
their website and find out what it is.
What was the premise on that, Dr. Spurgeon, for the Stata Air? Is that a new equipment we have? Is that are they supporting a new company in Arizona, or what's the background? Give us a little more context of how did we get here?
It's Ramirez, board, Dr. Spurgeon. It was brought to us a couple of times by Mr. Mellon. He's our only instructor. It's our only program in the district. We do use their equipment. There are 3 days of training. It includes training on the equipment, new technique, new product. Again, we do use their equipment. They'll be visiting a training center in Germany, a collision training center, a collision repair shop in Germany, and the cost is for airfare. So the conversation we did have is a unique opportunity. Equated it to perhaps going to a conference even back east where you're perhaps paying for airfare, hotel and conference attendance. This is an airfare, unique opportunity to do that for an employee that will use the content and will use the knowledge that's gained.
So
Certainly aware of, Germany, wow, because
yeah, well, I
back as well, yeah.
I really, for me, it's justification. If we're answering the call of a system that a particular employer is using, like for instance, I would use Edwards Vacuum. Edwards Vacuum is a unique piece of equipment on every single semiconductor plant we have in Arizona. So if we were going to send someone to work on that, I'd say that's probably more valid because that is industry led. It is industry demanded. And it's part of our curriculum. If the student is gonna get a job at any of our semiconductor plants, working on that equipment, they have to know that equipment. So I get that. But Stata, I never even heard of them.
It is equipment, guns that spray guns that we do
Spray guns,
use.
right.
It's not primarily.
It's for painting cars.
Yes, it's collision,
Oh,
absolutely,
okay.
sorry,
Yeah, I
yes.
wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, it's our collision and repair, and again.
We're not painting you.
Yeah.
It's under.
Yeah.
The instructor would attend the SATA training,
Right.
their factory, and certainly it's somewhat of a sales
So they
pitch.
don't manufacture that product here in America, they manufacture it in Germany, and you're gonna go over there and learn how to use that equipment.
But there is also a US and Canadian contact that, we could
Yeah.
communicate with.
That product is sold here and used currently in the
Absolutely, yeah,
US.
we
so-
currently use some, amongst, certainly not primary, it's not a sole proprietor, but we use many guns, and SATA is one of them, and
Yeah.
he had, Mr. Melling does have a relationship with them.
I see.
It was conversation, and at the end, we said, hey, let's give it to leadership and see if this unique opportunity to do this, when everything's being covered, our commitment would be the airfare.
I look at it as kind of. Whether you agree or not, they're paying for almost everything except for the airfare.
Hmm.
I mean, the hotel's taken care of, the food's taken care of. He's gonna have to come out of his pocket for some food, I'm assuming. But I thought of all the conferences we pay for over the course of the year, it's pretty cheap. And I'm not saying we should do it particularly. I'm just looking at the cost benefit. How long has he been an employee?
Like 9 years.
Does he go on these junkets often? So-
No, he is a responsible. Yes, public funds to the point, and he does run a robust enterprise, student enterprise, because they do take in the outside work and got to twist his arm to spend some of that money, not carry so much over.
Are there trainings scheduled for that product here in the US?
I'm not aware of that. Yes.
That's something we can ask them to
Yeah.
research.
Well, yeah, not only that, and would you be able to make a contact with that US and Canadian contact to find out?
Yep, absolutely, whatever needs to be done, and if there's a better option, again, to Mr. Stein's point, it was.
Oh, no, it's a smoking deal. It really is.
Yes, it was a unique opportunity to say, hey.
Yeah.
Let's go.
You know, when
So
I
we
said,
still-
based on the travel dates, travel time. If you can make contact with the US and Canadian representatives, we've got time to bring it up. If may, or we make a final decision, if that's.
It's part of the conversation as well, the instructor will miss recognition, that's out of the norm. And then it comes into our summer camp as well, we'll make adjustments, so it wasn't
Right.
some free time and without some discussion.
I personally go back to value. I mean, it's not only value in terms of cost, I mean, what does it do for our programs? And if it has to do with an improvement of our programs that's in our industries, I'm more likely to vote for something like that. But if it's one of the many that we can substitute some other way, or if it's not really that high of a value, then I would say it's something we could look at a more economical.
Or see, and
I think it's,
sometimes it's a matter of just trying as well. I mean, sometimes we are approached with big promises and an under delivery of what happened, and other times it's like what we expected was we received more than what we expected, based on what was presented to us, so.
But what other spray guns do we use?
I know there's a Craco, I would have to reach out to Mr. Mellion for his list.
So we do have a variety.
is this the only company
Yes.
that provides techniques and spray, or are there other companies?
No, I would safely assume that many will do it, yes.
Okay.
And some will actually come to our
great
campus
point.
as well.
Yeah, I mean, if
Alright.
some would come to our campus, I don't think we can justify. I guess my concern is doing that if we want a bond.
Yeah.
You know, it's just the optics that it doesn't matter, it's a smoking meat deal. I don't get a chance to refute that headline.
I'm gonna call,
That's kind of what would be my reservation.
okay, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and call the question then.
Yeah, might as well.
The
Yeah.
question was to discuss it. We don't have a approve or deny. Doesn't even make that motion.
Oh, okay, so I'm gonna make a motion to approve the,
I thought we were talking about tabling it.
we'll make a motion to table then. Yeah,
Yeah,
we
and
can table it, that's
Yeah,
right.
from
There's no
my
motion on that.
vantage point, yeah, if we think it's
That's right.
bad optics and the value, we're not sure of the value. Yeah,
I mean, motion that we
Because it
just
could be-
scratch
Before
it.
we make a motion on that, let me ask this. If you reach out to the US and Canadian representatives, and if they have comparable training here in states, because if you're going to Canada, it's just like going to Germany, cost is gonna be, I would venture to say airfare is gonna be about the same. And what they would charge us to get that training, because it sounds like the office or the company in Germany is willing to pay for everything less the airfare.
Right.
And if the representative from Canada can't offer the same thing, training here in the US, or the US representative can't offer essentially free training, then it doesn't matter whether, if we need the training,
Mhm.
then we need the training.
Yes,
But I think the board's saying that it's Germany, so
Some
that's.
companies will come to campus and do it.
So they'll. Okay,
But some companies offering with different sprayers, that's.
And it's just a technique, whether you use sprayer A, B, or C.
Well, with respect to the instructor, because I really think that the instructors are hired for their expertise and their knowledge, and none of us here work on cars, so I don't think anybody here has ever sprayed a car before. So we don't really know there's one, never mind.
Several.
So the industry itself, and we're trying to be as close as we can in industry expectations. But I don't think that this rises to that occasion personally. I think we could just vote on it Mr. Chair.
You wanna make a motion?
I'll make a motion to go ahead and scratch it off our list. I think at this point, the information that we have, it really isn't, doesn't rise to that occasion. That's my opinion.
Do I have a second? Okay. All right, and then I call the question. It's up on the screen.
A yes vote means no. On the Germany one.
She worded it to approve,
To not approve the trip to Germany. So you're not approving the trip to Germany?
to not approve.
Okay, it says motion to approve trip to Germany.
Yeah, because the wording says motion to approve.
Wait a second, what?
Put that one back up there.
Motioning to not approve the trip to Germany.
Motion to not approve the travel
Maybe we
trip.
need to have that come up again.
Yeah, we needed to come back.
That's why I'm like reading it, I'm like, wait, I want to make sure.
Best thing is always the same motion, affirmative.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I think it was, well, it was right the way you had it, and we just vote no.
Vote no.
Yes. Yeah, let's just redo it.
And-
Yeah, because otherwise it gets confusing.
Yeah, me too.
Frank, okay. Get all the votes. Okay. Alright,
So just to help move it along and get you a motion, I'll make a motion to approve item number 3. If there's a second, we can begin discussion.
Got 40 minutes. I gotta
Second.
Is,
I'll second.
that's for the AS,
AAS.
AASPA,
okay.
third one on the list.
Motion to approve it?
Well, just to, and it'll be the same thing. If everybody votes no, it fails.
Correct.
But I wanted to help move the meeting along.
So now, I second it, so now it's open for discussion.
Okay.
Mhm.
I'm looking at this, this meeting, it's, $6,000 for 2 people. And it's a lot about DEI. It also talks about. One of the guest speakers is a, Manly Feinberg, who wrote the book Vertical Lessons. I think we have a director of professional development, and strategic planning, and we have an expert in Joel Wakefield. He's always being asked to be a presenter. We have our own expert here. I don't know that this is the right thing to do. And especially when it's talking about DEI. And then as far as this, how is AI applied to HR? I went online and just pulled up a bunch of stuff of what, how AI can be used in HR, which I think it gives a great explanation on. And I think it's just, if we're really interested in doing something like that, that we need to go and start looking at means to implement those things. I'd rather spend money on that than spending money on a trip. And that's wasted.
You mentioned 3 different sessions for that particular conference. That is the national conference for HR administrators. So there's typically hundreds of sessions that we will have an opportunity to attend. We typically tag team, so my HR manager may go to sessions that are more practical in terms of processing, that sort of thing, whereas I may go to sessions that are more administratively driven. So to your point, there may be some somewhat controversial topics that are gonna be introduced or gonna be put on by the conference, but that is a very, very limited number. I've been to the conference probably in my 20 years in HR, I've gone about 5 or 6 times to the national. And it is a great opportunity as HR administrator to hear from experts all over the country, not just our local chapter. So that's why we asked to get the board support to attend.
Can you give me kind of an idea of what kind of HR, what kind of opportunities do they teach you? What do you share?
I've heard topics on things like FLSA, Fair Labor Standards Act. They've had several sessions on things like FMLA, on teacher recruitment, teacher retention, how you have a successful substitute management program. They have vendors that have HR hardware and software that we can visit and get more information about to improve our processes. So there's it's kind of similar to the ASBO national conference, except it's for HR administrators.
And I think too, I think that, you know, if we're gonna implement stuff that's gonna help us eliminate a lot of it, you know, I think we should look into AI to help us streamline, you know, and all that kind of stuff.
Isn't there a session on AI and how you implement AI in HR?
Actually,
There is.
Here, I've gone to that session at even our local chapter has had AI presentations as well.
Then that's what I'm saying. I went online to get a whole list of things, you know, so. You know, these things are readily available. It's just that, you know, just to implement them, I don't think we have to spend.
Most companies now, the first screening is in AI, and if you don't write the right words in your resume, nobody even looks at it. So nothing different than what we would do if we used one of those tools.
Well, yeah, it's not only your resumes and stuff like that. There's, I mean, if there's a ton of things that AI could do.
I had 2 concerns. One, there wasn't a whole lot of information on the website about what the content of the sessions were. So I appreciate you sharing some of that. And then the other one was, the lodging, the cost for the lodging seems really a bit high. If the full amount of the lodging is not spent, is that, well, that's just a budget, right? So it's budgeted, but it
We
doesn't
do
necessarily
stay
meant to be
within
spent.
Yes,
Okay,
we do have to stay within the travel guidelines in terms of what we could spend on lodging.
okay.
If we exceed that, we have to pay for that out of our pockets.
And it could be less as well. Okay,
When I went to Washington DC, I chose to stay 2 doors down, and my hotel was $100 a night less than the conference hotel. It's just, how much time do they have to look for a cheaper rate versus how
Yeah.
far are they willing to drive?
because I was looking at that $400 a night, I was like, oh, that's kind of high.
So for that particular
Mhm.
city, you know,
Yeah,
we have
it's
to
Nashville.
stay within that. That's correct.
Okay. Alright, wanna call the question unless there's any other questions? No, let's call the question then, let's vote on it.
Got it.
I'm getting a question coming up.
You on the item? Yeah.
State travel. Did anyone else get it? No,
I get it, you know.
Jesus.
Get it?
No, not yet.
No, not in this
Do you
one.
wanna just,
We're going
it says I
individual.
voted, and it says I can change my vote.
Well, nothing came up for me.
Coming up now?
It says I already voted. That I
Oh,
abstained.
mine hasn't come in.
And I didn't vote.
Might be reading the.
No motion to approve.
You know, can do a verbal then.
What are you voting, yes or no on it?
The motion was to approve,
The motion was to approve.
to approve, so all those,
Yes, and no means no.
yes, correct. So all those in favor to approve the trip to AASPA 2025 annual conference, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No,
So I have two nays. And five, yeah, 5 ayes. Okay, I motion to approve ACTE Vision Conference in Nashville, Tennessee.
Motion to approve it again, to start the conversation.
Okay,
I'll second.
Second,
I'll second.
all right. Discussion.
and I do have a question on that one as well. Who's presenting? For the ACT?
Oh, Gary. Yes, so this is the ACTE National Conference, Visions Conference. So the two that are on there tonight, which is myself, I believe, and Susan Leone, we will both be presenting. Dr. Spurgeon and I are presenting at least one session, probably a couple sessions, but we're presenting at least one session on career literacy. Susan Leone will also be representing the state. In addition to presenting, Susan is the vice president for ACTE's new and related services division for ACTE, so she actually holds an officer role at ACT national level as well. So she'll also be representing Arizona and nationally with her chair position as well.
Scott,
How many people are altogether going to this conference?
I am not sure how many altogether are going. These are the only in my department that I supervise, but I'm not sure across the district how many people will be going. I'm not sure.
Well, as a board, I might be going.
I would,
Let you know.
might be going. so
I'm not sure.
It's a good conference.
It is a good conference. It's one of the best in the nation. Yeah.
It's excellent conference, hundreds of sessions.
Isn't that, we presented last year, didn't we?
Yeah, 2 years ago. I did not.
When it was in Phoenix.
We always have presenters when we go to the ACT.
Especially their annual. Their annual is the big. That's the whole shebang.
Okay. All right, I'd like to call the question. Just one, two. Yeah, okay,
I don't know if it's what way you just did, so.
okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do a verbal then. All those in favor of approving, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? All right, motion passes. Thank you. And then we move on to, what was it, 13? G13.
Well, my question, we had some discussion last year and we passed it. Some confusion, but my concern was, and I don't think it's been addressed, was when an employee goes on ESI, the way it was explained last year, it costs the district 105% of what it would be if they remained an employee. So can we please have an explanation of how much salary do they get? And what taxes and so forth do we pay? What does it come out? And the benefits and everything. So the net number to the district.
Explain ESI real quick, just so we're all on the same page.
I'd be glad to. Educational Services Incorporated is the company that manages the phased retirement program for the state of Arizona employees that are currently retired, but aren't quite ready to fully retire. And they would still like to continue working, but draw their retirement pension while they are working. So there is a policy that governs the retiree process in our board policies this year. It's actually 4101.01. Board member Straka, if you wanted more specific information. But basically, the employee, when they retire and they go on ESI, then there's a process that they have to go through. They have to have a positive employee evaluation. They also have to have the approval of their supervisor to be able to participate. And obviously, they have to be eligible for Arizona State full retirement, not early. So we do have them fill out a form. It comes to Human Resources, and then the employee applies for retirement through the ASRS. So once they are approved for retirement, in order for them to get a paycheck from ESI, we have a process where we set it up. It's called a work schedule or a Schedule C, where we actually are invoiced the cost of that employee's compensation. So what we pay is the employee's salary less 10%. Where we're able to save is we save on payroll taxes because they're not our employee. We also save on the ASRS contribution because now that they're retired with the state, we no longer have to pay that as their employer. So it is a cost savings to the district. They typically do retain their holidays if they are eligible for performance pay. So basically they go business as usual. It's just that they're an ESI employee instead of a West-MEC employee. So that's pretty much how it works. But on the financial side, that's where we're saving money, is when they are in phased retirement. When they return to work, if they decide to come back on contract with West-MEC, when they come back, they are limited to the salary or the hiring range for that position. So say, for example, when they retire, they were past the cap of the hiring range. They are, we basically treat them like a new hire. So they would go at the max to that top of that hiring range, no more. And we put them back on contract, and they also accrue their leave at the same rate as a new hire. So that's another area where they are, somewhat having to put a little skin in the game when they do decide to come back to work.
So the only negative they have is the loss of time off? Is that what you're saying? Because they're gonna come back at the salary they had before, or I'm trying to figure out what the negative would be for the individual, except for the time off maybe.
Well, they would actually come back at a lower rate of pay in most cases. So say, for example, the employee, I'm just gonna throw a number out here, was making $80,000 when they left.
Yeah.
If the top of the range for their classification is only
Okay.
$60,000, the
Well,
maximum.
why were we paying them 80?
Well, because of the gracious raises that the board has.
Because we're generous.
Very, very generous. We
Gosh.
take care of our.
Get a lot of attaboys, so.
And that salary is that when they go on ESI or when they come back after
I'm
ESI?
sorry to hear your question.
When coming in at the hiring range, is that when they go on ESI or when they come back to
When they
us?
come back from ESI.
So they get 90% of their current salary.
Well, actually, it's paid through ESI.
Yeah, and then who pays the 4% ASRS for retired employees?
Well, we don't pay any retirement at all.
But if
You
you're,
talked about the ACR, the alternate contribution.
yes, the alternate contribution,
Then we as an employer have to pay that.
and
We
that's
cannot
4%.
charge that to the employee.
But so we have to pay that 4%.
We do it, I think it's 10.
So 10%. So now we're back to 100, and then we have to pay FICA,
No, we
No,
don't.
they
Not
pay
they're
that,
on
and we don't pay
base.
Medicare. What about insurance?
We don't pay for their insurance.
So that's where we save.
So that's the only thing that we're paying for, that's it.
Is pretty much their salary.
Pretty good deal for them.
Because then you get your,
And I'm glad you brought that up, because I forgot to mention the insurance piece. You're correct. We don't pay there, and that's a pretty hefty savings to the district.
But they just basically, they just get their salary, that's it. And we save on the taxes. We don't
We
pay any
save
of
the
the
payroll taxes, the retirement and their benefits.
So then how does ESI make money, or do they take the full 18% out for FICA?
Well, they do pay the payroll taxes and we have to pay an administrative fee to ESI.
Of how much?
Do you know the administrative fee, Marcy?
I do know.
Okay, I'd have to. get
Because
that.
right
I-
now
I think it's
we're
it
at
on their agreement.
100% if the administrative fee is 9% or less,
I
it
wanna
saves
say
us.
it's 8, but I'm double checking.
Because I didn't see it in the contract, I was trying to. I saw a late fee.
And so there were no increases, to your point, Mr. Straka, in the, renewal.
But the way it was explained last year, it cost us more. And so I don't know if it was explained incorrectly, because I remember even Scott, you and I talked about it, and I said, it should be, it's always been less, I don't know where it came from, it's always been.
So even with the fee, it's less of a cost for us than what we would have paid on the payroll taxes. It's less than the payroll taxes.
Payroll
basically.
and the ESRS, which is right now 12.1%. So we save that, and then we also save on their benefit costs.
It could be a big part.
Okay, alright,
Call a question.
alright. I'll call it.
Question, there's no motion.
There's a motion.
There's a motion,
What's the motion?
I'll make a motion.
I'll make a motion, we approve it.
Second.
Thank you for the explanation.
Alright. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
And
Although
that does not here.
Do we wait for her? I mean, well,
No, you say.
yes, it passed, yes. Exactly, she's the only no, so, I mean, if she were to say no, she'd be the other one. Yeah. Okay, any opposed? No, motion passes. Okay,
Oh, here's the biggie.
moving on to action discussion.
What's our discussion?
First item is motion to approve the employee health benefits plan as presented for the 2025. Imagine that would have said 2026 fiscal year. It says 2025. Is that a typo?
Yes,
It should be 2025. Yeah, no, it's
Okay.
25,
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is one of this is 25, 26.
Yes.
Oh,
25, 25.
yeah, the motion is just.
Again. As part of the superintendent and district's goals, we were tasked to research the possible cost savings to move to a self-insured plan. So I'd first like to thank the governing board for the opportunity to present in the study session to you last month. Our actual recommendations for the plan design for the upcoming year. Our goal was to have a robust plan that mirrors or enhances what we currently have in place in order to minimize the disruption to our employees and to address some of the inequities that exist in our current plan design. We reviewed our current providers' proposals for the upcoming year, which is ASBE. We also looked at Kairos, and we also met with Valley Schools. Ultimately, we made the recommendation to work with Valley Schools because they were able to offer us both cost savings and a self-funded insurance plan. Working with VS-EBT, Valley Schools, we were able to mirror our plans and look at the plan design changes for potential cost savings. And so we also brought the presentation from the last meeting, and it is going to be loaded here if you had specific questions. If not,
We move that you approve the recommendation to approve the self-funded health insurance benefits.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make clarify some remarks from last month because I think they were not appropriately represented to what the board's goal was. We were talking about the HSA contribution to the HDHP plan. The way the board had designed that always was, we wanted the cost to the employee to be the same, whether they took the HDHP or the copay plan. In 2020, we grandfathered a group of employees in. We asked the administration to get rid of the copay gold plan. We felt it was too rich, too expensive, and they said, we, one more year. And you know, over the last few years, that's been a sore point, especially with Mr. Miglerino. And so that's why that HSA contribution was made to equal what the copay gold plan was. That was substantially more expensive. But the administration, the previous administration had made a commitment to the board that we would phase out that plan. That's why we kind of put employees on notice that we were gonna phase this out. We were gonna grandfather them in, but at some point we were gonna change plans. That's always been the communication from the board to administration and the employees, I feel. So when I look at this plan, the only thing I would tweak is to keep the plans equal. When I look at the premium between Value Gold and the HDHP, it's about $119 a month, and when I multiply that out by 12, the HSA contribution should be about $1425.96. Not $1650, otherwise it becomes an inequity that it favors the HDHP over the Value Gold. And I think this is the time when we make the change and say, look, it's time to get rid of the copay gold. Ms. Mays, you and I talked, a lot of people don't realize that ASBATE is discontinuing the plan. If we stayed with ASBATE, it would be gone. And the reason it would be gone is it's too expensive for them to offer. And we're charging it at $7 a month more. The likelihood that it is only $7 a month more is very unlikely, because ASBATE wouldn't be discontinuing it. So I would think that the best thing we could do is make the HSA contribution $1425 over the year to keep them equal and discontinue the copay gold plan. I think that would align with what the previous administration committed to the board. This is a good time to do it. Otherwise, if we do it next year, they're gonna say we went through the trauma of transferring to a new plan, and now you're discontinuing our plan. The board has been very clear about this since 2020, actually since before then. I think this is the time to do it.
I have a question, so sorry, there was just a quick clarification with lots of different issues. My understanding is that we're not, the copay gold plan.
It's now the EPO.
Okay, that's where I was a bit confused, like, wait a minute, we're not approving,
Yeah.
there's no copay gold plan.
Yeah.
You mean EPO plan?
Yeah, so
You wanna get rid of that one?
We would get rid of that one, just go traditional PPO and HDHP
Okay.
with the annual HSA contribution of $1425. And that would be the difference between those two plans.
Okay.
And to do that as a monthly contribution, because if you do it twice a year and someone leaves in the first month, they have 5 free months when they're not here. And I think that was your intent.
So, yeah, go ahead, sorry. I just want, before we got too far, I wanted to make sure I understood what you're saying.
I'm trying to remember all the things that Frank mentioned. And I go back to what the employees want. And the communication that goes out to our staff, to our employees and our staff. And so what are they saying about this? What kind of opinion or feedback are you getting back from our staff?
Well, clearly, the most popular plan for our employees who have been here for a number of years is the copay gold plan, which would now be the EPO plan. It's a no deductible plan. It was at a very low cost to our grandfathered employees. So in all the conversations that I've had with the benefits committee, that came out that the employees really wanted to retain that plan. Okay. And so we had the conversation with Valley Schools. We asked them if they could mirror that, just so it wouldn't be as much of an impact to the employees to just take that away for this year. I did mention to the benefits committee that the as-they plan was going to go away next year to Mr. Straka's point. But they still felt that it is a very, very popular plan with our employees and it would be somewhat disruptive.
So what's our risk? I mean, what do we, if we were to keep that, I'm getting the impression from Frank that it's gonna hurt us somehow. Is it gonna financially? Go ahead.
May I respond?
Yeah, yes.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Shaka, in putting into place a self-insured plan, we do take a certain amount of risk. Okay, so one of the things that we've had conversations with Valley Schools about is, are we setting our premiums at a rate that is going to be able to cover the claims? Because remember now, we're not just paying the insurance company and they're gonna take care of it for us. We have to have money in the bank to pay for those medical claims, okay? So one of the things, and the reason that Ms. Mings and I have recommended that we stay status quo this year, first of all, least disruptive, and we've got a third of our employees on that gold plan. So that would be disruptive to them and their families. But the other thing is, we are going with a different healthcare network. So United Healthcare is different than what ASBATE has. ASBATE has Banner. Okay, what we're being told is that United Healthcare negotiates better with hospitals, with doctors. So we felt that it would be in the best interest of the organization to keep the premiums flat. Actually, we're saving on premiums and we're still going to be able to maintain and pay in enough for our claims, but then reassess it. So next year, is United Healthcare really giving us better pricing? Are we saving on claims? And then at that time, Mr. Straka, take a look at it and say, you know what, because we don't have the data right now to say, are our gold members costing the organization more than our high deductible members? We don't have that level of detail from ASBATE. Next year, we will. And I'll be able to make an informed decision and recommendation to the board from the financial perspective to say, look, the gold members, they're only paying in $1 million. We paid out 2 million for them. We need to do something with that plan, right? And make some adjustments. So that was kind of our perspective and our thought process when we were making this recommendation to the board.
And the premium or to the employee, the cost of the employee is gonna be comparable or the same going from copay gold to EPO?
We're making the recommendation that we align the contribution from the employees. Last year, it was a very significant difference between the grandfathered employees and the employees that were non-grandfathered. I can give you that example. It was roughly about, I want to say $38 or $37 per pay for the grandfathered employees to participate in that plan. But if you weren't grandfathered, it was $246 per pay. So in looking at creating equity in those plans, we made the recommendation that both groups or all employees that select that plan would pay $150 per month. So that's the premium
Or the EPO?
for the EPO.
Okay, somewhere in the middle then.
So can I back up? So ASBATE sets our rates based on history. Is that correct?
Well, Mr. Shaka, Chairman Ramirez, so as you all know, I sit on the trustee. I am a trustee of ASBATE. I make those decisions. And yes, they are supposed to weigh what the district's experience is with the rate. Last year, they did not. They kind of set all the districts, regardless of your experience, and we received a significant increase, which prompted us to then do our research and have this conversation with the board. So in theory, yes, they should.
So I guess my question is, last year, the difference from value gold to copay gold was $246 for an employee. Is what it costs for a difference. How can we propose a plan with no data that's only $7 a month more?
Well, we have data. So
But you said we don't have data
we
for
don't
the
have- we
copay
don't
gold.
have it to the level that we need for each of those groups. What we've looked at is our claims holistically. So we can look at our claims holistically and tell you that we need this much money in premiums to make that happen. We had a gentleman from Valley Schools, his name is Jameson, who came and he did the underwriting. And his job is to predict what will our claims be next year? And what should the premiums be based on the type of coverage, each of the things. So it's a very complicated formula that the actuaries go through to determine how each of the plans should be rated. So he has done those calculations for us. He has shared that with Kathy and I, how he did those calculations, but there's a lot of different formulas. So can I be rest assured? And I've worked with Jameson for many years. He's very good at what he does. And I have been self-insured with Valley Schools before. And there's never been a time where I haven't had enough money to pay the claims. Let me just say that. We established the rates to make sure it's covered. So I'm confident in the numbers that we have shared with the board that we would be able to meet our claims for next year.
But we don't know how much is really the PPO plan versus the EPO plan.
We can't say that at the moment, no.
Do you mean for the contributions and the plan design?
Well, the
Say
cost.
usage.
No,
You see, you
It-
can
it-
talk
It's
about
it's a
utilization, yeah.
premium really, we just kind of separated them by $7, but we really don't know. The middle plan could be equal to the HDHP and copay gold. And the other thing is, he said he was, I think, a level of 95% confidence. And there's a chance that our costs would be 20% more than what we estimate.
It's possible.
It's possible,
Right?
we
But
just
every
don't know.
year you run that risk, and that's why you wanna make sure you have reserve. Being self-insured, you wanna make sure you have reserve to anticipate and to make sure that we've got that covered. Okay, you're not gonna only put in your premiums exactly what you're gonna get. We wanna make sure that we have more in there, so if there is something unexpected. So we have a representative from Valley with us tonight. And she may be able to clarify some of your questions. Mr.
So-
Straka.
What we did is what you were saying, Marcy, thank you for having us tonight, board members. But we had Jameson, he's our underwriter and he's been with Valley Schools for many, many years. He's actually works for Brown and Brown. So when we received the proposal, we reached out to your current carrier and said, you know what? We need 2 years of claims data. That 2 years of claim data was just basically a dump, like what Marcy's saying, until we really can scrub that and look at what's really hitting the claim system. But what we did is we went through 2 years, we looked at the diagnosis, the conditions. We looked at what was being billed, inpatient emergency room, hospitalization, what have you, so that we could do a comparison. And that's why we were able to do a projection on what the savings were, and we were looking at over 200.
The percentage?
The total savings of
Yeah.
premium is close to 200,000, yes.
So, with that, we had total confidence that we could look at where you guys currently were, to look at what savings were, and look at a projection for forecasting. The difference with us with Valley Schools is that we provide with all our members, we give them claims experience reports every month. We scrub those and give what that data is, what the percentage is, you know, where you guys are running. If you're running hot, we look to see what's really going on. Is there, you know, an influx with providers that are overbilling? We've caught that in the past, and we've actually banned providers where they were doing epidurals. It was like $200,000. We had one district that had over $2 million from this provider. They invited the provider in a benefit fair and said, come on in, you can do massages, you can do this. And then they were telling all the employees, come see us and we'll just accept what your insurance pays. Well, what happens when you're self-insured, You are stewards of those dollars. And that's what we do at Valley Schools, is that we really scrutinize. We look at ways to really manage and cap and control. We look at what type of claims are coming in. We have those discussions. We meet every month with our members. We go to board meetings. We have those discussions because, you know, we really have high standards. And we value the fact that we can provide savings for our members, and we take a lot of pride in that.
So help me understand the rate, because the one thing I look at here is the deductible.
Mhm,
On the middle plan is $750.
mhm.
So if I divide that by 12, that's $60 a month. But the other plan with no deductible is only $7 a month more. It is financially bad for anyone to pick this middle plan. Because if you're gonna have if you meet your deductible, the only plan that this is better. But benefit to is someone who doesn't spend more than $100 in the year. If you spend more than $100, the second plan was better. Or the expensive plan was better. And so I can't. There has to be at least a $60 difference just to make up for the deductible.
Each plan, what we did is we looked at what the current plans are. We listened to what the district said, because you guys are in the driver's seat. We listened and we heard that, you know what, we want to match these plans because we don't want disruption. We don't want the employees to be upset. So what we did is we did the plan designs to match what's currently there with the existing plans. What Marcy brought up was a really good point. Until you have a full year where you can actually dig in and evaluate and determine, is this really a good plan? And we talked about that. Do you want us to pull the Band-Aid off? We've had those discussions. No, let's stand still. Let's first roll this out and then we'll evaluate it, because ASBATE said that they would have it for one more year. So we're like, okay, we can do that. We'll take a look at it and then we'll evaluate it the following plan year.
You haven't answered my question. How can, with a $750 deductible, that's $60 a month. How can the EPO plan only cost $7 a month more when the deductible is $750?
The $750 and the $60 a month, because
So look at the first line here. Deductible for EPO plan, 0. Deductible for traditional PPO plan, $750. So I have to spend $750 before I get any benefit. But it's only costing me $7 a month or $100 to have no deductible.
Do you have the table that shows the premiums for each plan?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
where is that?
What you're looking at, it was
are you talking about the premiums, Mr. Straka?
Yeah.
The cost of the premiums, so,
He's talking about the
So
well,
West-MEC said the monthly cost for the premiums are $987.36 for EPO, $980.67 traditional PPO, and $861.84 for HDHP.
so a monthly premium cost for gold. What we would pay to Valley is $1,234. What we would pay for the value gold, so that's copay gold, value gold would be 11. Correct? Oh, I'm sorry. So I'm sorry, the current 25-26, 1172 for the value, for the copay, for the EPO. And then 960, is that what you're looking at? You're taking the
No, that's not
difference between the two?
Kathy gave me. She gave me $987.36, $980.67, and $861.84.
Is that why?
But are you talking about the total amount that the district, because the total cost is $1,234. And then you have to subtract what the employee is contributing.
So I asked you for what is the total cost for the plan, and you gave me the number of $987 for the individual. So I guess the question is, what is the cost for the plan?
I'd have to see what you were looking at, like.
Yeah. Show it to me. That's not right.
That's not what's on the.
It's the emails
Yeah,
being sent.
right. Cause I gave you the updated
We
one,
don't have the
Frank.
premiums on there.
Yeah, that's the plan design. And then Frank, I gave you some more information today that you asked for.
Right.
Remember, I said that was the updated one.
So the updated one,
Yeah,
you
that's
gave
what the
me
employee piece.
That's all plan design.
987.36.
It was this one. It used to be called
What was the
gold.
PPO?
I guess,
The one lady that was crying, she was.
help me understand,
This one.
so I asked, so what is the cost? Before anybody pays anything, monthly cost for the 3 plans
Per month.
per month, per one employee,
Okay.
per
And it also
individual,
depends on its tier. Remember, because it's employee plus child.
just employees,
Just
just keep it
employee only.
simple.
So if we look at this. Okay, so for the employee only, for the EPO, which would be the co-pay goal, it's 1172.30.
Okay, and traditional PPO,
Traditional is 960.45,
and HDHP,
844.08.
which is,
And that's the proposal.
I could get it, okay. So what's the difference if I multiply HDHP, it's what, 116 times 12, still about 1,400 a month. So to keep it equitable, it should be, the HSA contribution should be the difference between the two. It should be about 116.30 a month.
So what we had, or the recommendation we were making with the HSA, Mr. Straka, was similar to what we've seen in other districts, which is to encourage employees to go to the high deductible plan. A lot of employers will just offer to pay the deductible for that plan. And that's where we got the $1,650 for the HSA contribution, is so that they would have enough in their HSA account to pay the deductible.
And remember, Mr. Straka, we were paying $4,000 to some of our employees to contribute to their HSA. So when we looked at what our commitment was to the HSA and we took this method and used it, it's actually gonna save the district some money because we're not gonna be paying out as much as we had been in the past for the HSA contributions because of the making it the same across all the employees who took the HSA. And to Ms. May's point, yes, that is an incentive. If I get my $1,600 and that's what I use towards my deductible, that's a little bit more palatable for me to go on that HSA. And it's not so scary, that high deductible one, because it is kind of scary for some people. So that was kind of the rationale and the methodology that we used for that. Again, we looked at this several different ways, and the recommendation that we have in front of you, we feel is fair to all of our employees. We also are honoring the family coverage for all employees if they choose to take that benefit. And we want to make sure that we've established a level of premiums that's going to be able to cover our claims. So if we were to look at not offering the copay gold, if that was an option that we chose, we will have to go back to underwriting. Because what will happen is now you have just decreased the amount of premiums that we are contributing to our funds, if you will, to be able to pay out future claims. So you've just lowered that. So I'm probably gonna have to go back then to Jameson and say, hey, now I need to increase premiums on the other two plans to make sure we're covering all the claims, because the employees aren't gonna change, right? Just the plan design is gonna change. So that would be a con of not honoring what the recommendation is tonight.
And then the pro would be, this is something that the board has been asking for 5 years to get rid of this. And I think now is the time. Well, I mean, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a
Yeah.
motion that we approve as presented minus the EPO plan.
Is there a second?
EPO is what? They call them the gold.
The zero deductible plan.
So you want to prove it without
Zero
the board?
deductible plan.
Yeah, without this first.
I'm not doing that.
Well, from the discussions I attended with the employee benefit committee, it was clear to me that they were very much in favor of retaining that.
Mhm.
That's what I'm getting to.
And I think my personal perspective is that if we do not support what the employees want, that I don't like that idea.
But administration has made a commitment for 5 years to,
Here 5 years.
but I'm telling you the history, and that's been communicated very clearly every year to the staff. That this needs to go away. It's expensive. And we don't know how expensive it is, but the premiums are much higher.
Yeah, but we're voting on it now, so regardless what 5 years did, that's
Yeah.
nothing. We're voting on it now. Our constituents now, our teachers now, our instructors now,
Well,
not
let's-
5 years ago.
Well, let's find out if we are gonna vote on it. So do
Yeah,
we
let's
have a
vote on
motion? And is there anyone, does anyone second that motion?
Call the question now.
No, we need to second. If there's no second, it dies.
For a second, I'll second.
Mm.
For
Yeah.
discussion.
Well, we already
Had
discussed.
discussions.
Yeah. So if there's no second, the motion dies. If there's a second, then we vote.
Okay, yeah. I withdraw my second.
Okay. No seconds. Anyone second? Okay, well then the motion dies. We need a new motion. And the
I move that we approve the plan as presented.
okay, do I have a second? Mr. Garcia,
Second, yeah.
any additional discussion? Questions? No? Okay, I will call the question. It's a little slow today. So motion passes. Okay, next agenda item. Motion to approve employee stipends, higher ranges, and a 4% salary increase for all employees, excluding substitute teachers and temporary employees for the 2025-2026 fiscal year.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to separate all those after discussion and we'll vote on each one separately. Let me get a second.
When you say each one individually, I see like 20 stipends. Are we gonna pass all the stipends together or vote on each one individually?
Well, it
Do you wanna
looks-
separate?
Each two there's employee stipends, then there's hiring ranges, and then there's the salary increase.
Oh, okay.
I'd like to address those issues separately after
Individually.
yes, and
Oh,
then we
okay.
can vote on each one separately after discussion.
Okay. All right. So there's a motion to discuss the 4% salary increase separately from the stipend, separately from the hiring range. Okay, is there a second? Okay. Second, and then I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes. Okay, so let's take a motion to address the what's that? Let's do the in order that they appear in the motion, so let's go with the stipends first. I'll make a motion to approve the stipends.
I'll second.
Second, okay, now discussion on the stipends. The list that's
On what is the change from last year?
24-25 and then 25 comes.
This
Yes.
is 24-25. I don't see a 25-26.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's right next to it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think the 24-25 is just there for comparison, right, for reference?
So we're doing stipends and hiring ranges. I thought there was three, never mind. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. There's last year's, this year's, and then there's hiring.
Can you clarify which ones of these are prop, because I think Prop 301 is more than the 1550. Is there more things on Prop 301 or?
The 1550 is paid to all teachers out of the classroom site fund. And that has, there was no recommendation to make a change for that for the upcoming year. If you're talking about performance pay that comes out of classroom site fund, that's different.
Or any of these others, like the teacher induction academy, 500 for each step, is that Prop 301?
That's the performance pay plan. There's some of those things that are in there that we have in their performance pay that they get a certain amount for. No, that is not.
Yeah, I'm just trying, because some of these are Prop 301, so we can't really touch those because that's under it. And that's what I'm trying to, like, which ones are Prop 301 we really can't touch and.
That one is paid out of classroom site fund, the teacher induction academy district.
And then are the last three the performance for the employee performance for next year?
The last
That-
three.
Week counselor administrator, or there's a, as part of next year, we passed this performance package. Where do we say we can do that for next year on this?
The performance pay amounts,
Yes.
that is going to be a separate recommendation to the governing board.
But don't we have to get contracts out?
It basically says classroom site fund can be awarded.
But for the non-prop, for the staff, we have the performance pay for the staff that we passed. I don't see any recommendation here for that.
Approve within the plan item.
Right, it was approved with, and it is in a site.
But don't we have to approve that we can put it into the 25-26 contract?
It was already approved.
Yeah, we already approved that
Approved in
in
January.
January.
Well, we approved it in January, but did we,
25-26 school year.
so we only approved it for 1 year?
Yeah, we did every year.
Okay,
Yeah, we'll vote on it.
that's just, I wanna make sure we didn't leave that out.
Makes sense for us to include it in the list of stipends going forward.
Okay.
Any additional discussion,
Well,
questions?
yeah, okay, the one stipend that I wanted to talk about was that outside duties addendum to contract. And it's a $5,000 stipend. I understand that that was for administrators who backfilled for Julie Yeager and CJ. When they left, and there were 4 administrators, correct? Both of you guys, and then Marilyn and Jared Guy. Who are asking for a $5,000 stipend.
Would be eligible, correct.
Okay.
Or there may be other administrators that are also doing additional, like if they're planning for the opening of a campus or something like that. This would allow us to have that flexibility to provide additional.
Yeah, there could be a couple this year planning and transition for the campuses coming in 25 to.
And why wouldn't the performance pay plan go into play for that?
That pay plans just for the actual goal of the work they're doing specific to that goal they set forth for their pay plan. It wouldn't be. I mean, it could be an addition too.
And this would be more-
It would be work outside of the actual work day or additional duties or responsibilities. So for example, there might be an administrator who is at a certain campus, who's going to a different campus next year that may have to do interviews and outside activities outside of the regular workday, so it'd be addition to what they're already doing.
But
It just allows the flexibility to be able to do that, because if not, I'm probably gonna be bringing it back to you anyway to be able to provide some additional compensation for. If it happens, we pay it. If it doesn't happen, then we don't pay it.
So.
Yeah, cause the difference
It's not a guarantee.
the difference between the performance plan and this is that the performance plan is something that you want to do. You've created a plan for it and there's metrics for it.
Based on goals.
Whereas this is just Dr. Spurgeon comes to you, is like, hey, we need your help on this, you know, to perform this activity or fulfill this duty or something else because somebody's not there to do it.
It's very limited, just maybe
Yeah,
a
it's very
couple, it's not open to everybody.
Correct.
It would be, if
Yeah.
additional duties and responsibilities would be necessary because of transitioning to new buildings and opening new buildings, hiring.
It's usually
plans.
for if it's a position that the district has committed to. So in other words, that administrators in essence doing two jobs. They're doing their current job and they're doing the responsibility of a different position.
Yeah, different position responsibilities. So
And
it
how
falls
long do they
outside.
have to do that position? Like, if someone does it 1 week and someone else does it 3 months. And they both get $5,000, the guy that did it 3 months is not gonna be happy that the person who did it 1 month. He did 12 times the work.
Yeah, how do we differentiate
It says
that?
prorated on FTE,
But they're both FTE, so it'd both be
No, but-
5,000.
but if I'm doing it for 1 week, I'm only getting 1/52
Of that five.
of that 5,000.
So you prorated on the number of weeks.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, that makes more sense. Thank
Yeah,
you.
so it's prorated.
well, you know, I mean, at the rate that our administrators make, because they make a very good salary. I know that when I was a salaried employee, you know, when there was additional work or somebody was missing, you just went ahead and you just got the job done. I'm really not for an additional $5,000, you know, compensation. I'm really not. I understand that you guys did a special job because Julie and CJ went away. And you know, I would be willing to make a motion that it's a one-time stipend that would go to Marilyn, Jared, Mercy, and Kathy, one time only. And that's,
Well, it is one time because we vote on it on a yearly basis, so it's.
well, okay.
Oh, you mean like don't bring it back
Yeah,
next
don't bring
year?
it back next year.
Be a
So we
one-time
should see it
stipend
next
this year,
That's
Okay.
fair.
only for these 4 people because they,
And then
you know,
okay.
and then that's the end.
You know, it's not like we're paying on the scale either.
Right, and you know, people are making great salaries here.
Okay, okay.
So
You wanna make a
if they all started in October, nobody's gonna get the full 5,000. Because I hear it's 1/52, so 32 weeks would be almost 3/4. Is that correct? Am I, based on what everybody's?
That is the board's recommendation. We certainly could do the math. Yes.
Well, I mean, because that's what I think Mr. Molina said.
What it said, right, two asterisks prorated based on FTE. So, I mean, what?
So it's up to 5,000.
Right,
So you
So it could be less.
well, that's what I'm reading.
Is that accurate?
It could be up to.
Okay, so it's up to 5,000. So it's not a hard $5,000.
Correct.
It's up to $5,000.
Prorated based on the amount of work.
Okay, so it's based on the number of,
Yeah.
that's what Mr. Molina said. Okay. There no more discussion.
All right, no more discussion, so you wanna make a motion to amend it then
Amend the stipends
to read as,
to make this a one-time stipend for this year for Marilyn, Jared, Mercy, and Kathy.
for those positions.
For those positions, for backfilling for those 2 positions for this year.
And are you referring to just the stipend, the administrator stipend? The outside duties addendum
Right,
to?
the outside duties, addendum to contract, so it was an additional work outside of their contract. To fill in for the 2 jobs.
Okay.
Can I get a second?
Second. All right, second. Call the question?
Changing the motion.
Yeah, so we're changing the motion to make the administrator stipend a one-time stipend for only the roles held by Kathy Mays,
Jared.
It was
Jared.
Kathy Mays, Marilyn Babiar, Jared Guy, and Marcy Rodriguez. So those four employees.
To approve this stipend list with the modification of being one-time stipend for those four individuals.
So I can just change the motion to say that, and then the rest of it, the hiring ranges and the 4% salary and all that can be on there still to take a vote at one time for all.
Yeah, we're still gonna look at these two, we're gonna talk about those separately.
Well, what I'm suggesting, so that I don't have to switch out of it, is that if I change the motion to be to approve the employee stipends for roles by Kathy Mays, Marilyn Babiar, Jarrett Guy, and Marcy Rodriguez. And then if you go on and talk about the hiring ranges and the 4% salary increase, so we're just changing the wordage of the motion instead of jumping in and out of the motion.
Okay,
Is that okay?
well, we
And
can,
then
we can
separate
just
time
vote on,
vote?
we'll just vote on this
Yeah,
motion.
they'll do a voice vote, cause I gotta
Yeah,
go.
we'll do a voice vote,
Okay.
yeah. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? None, okay, passes unanimously.
Aye.
Okay,
There, I got it.
now we'll discuss the 4%, sorry, the hiring ranges. I'll make a motion to approve the hiring ranges as presented. Do I have a second? Somebody second? Mr. Molina seconded? Okay, then I will open to discussion.
So my question here is, Ms. Mays, you've been collecting information and I notice it's not in this month's board, but we've been collecting how we've hired. And what their range was when, or what they were making when they came here, you verified that. Can you share what positions were we short, where we needed to increase the range? They were making more than what West-MEC offered.
That would be some of our administrative positions. If you'll notice on the spreadsheet that we now provide you, we'll have their former salary.
And it wasn't in this month's, I didn't see it in
It
there.
wasn't attached to the administrative content.
No, because I looked and
Under the personnel action?
personnel action and administrative content is.
So I will make sure that we get that to you, but to answer your question, Mr. Straka, it typically happens with our administrators that may have been senior administrators at other districts. They sometimes don't necessarily, they have to take a pay cut at times to come to West-MEC. It usually happens with the employees that have a lot of experience. Thank you, Marcy. So, but we do make sure that we verify their salary. So if they say that they make X amount of dollars or whatever, then we do ask for documentation to support that.
To see what I would like to see, because then I think the administrative salaries need to be adjusted more than 2%. And other might not. So my recommendation on this one would be to table it to next month, do a more detailed analysis and bring us back the recommendations of where we're really hurting. The administrative salaries that need to go up. But to do an across the board 2%, we're gonna have this problem next year.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have some facts, some
And
data.
this way, because I'd like to try to get ahead of it so that you wanna hire someone and they don't have to take a pay cut. We do a 2% pay or across the board raise, you can go back and say, look, these are the administrative positions that we need a 5% raise. But then that way, we're more focused and we're using the data to make the right decision. So that'd be my recommendation, is come back with a more robust. And I've done this once with Dr. Erb in the past, and we went through the data and we're able to target where the challenges are. I think the other one is that we asked last year that I didn't see. We need separate salary structures for the instructors, because aviation is more challenging. We have in nursing is more challenging. We need to break out our instructor salaries by some specialties. She's biting her tongue.
Like, oh my goodness.
You know, I'm,
Yeah.
I'm thinking contracts, I'm thinking, you know, to us, an instructor, you know,
But this doesn't affect contracts because we've already made offers for this year and we don't know what the raise is gonna be.
Well, but we have contracts to get out for next year is what
But
Kathy
the
is saying,
existing
and that-
employees are going to get a raise and they're not affected by hiring ranges.
and one of the things that Marcy and I, Ms. Rodriguez and I have talked about when, in looking at the hiring ranges sheet is we will be evaluating, is it really meeting our needs? Is it better to condense it or look at the ranges, do some more salary studies and make sure that these ranges are equitable if they're attracting our employees the way we need to. So you may see something
So-
enhanced
correct.
next year.
So that is one of the projects that we would like to take on for next year and ask the board to give us some time to thoroughly research.
So I
So,
was just gonna ask that question.
yes,
Are
that,
we meeting our needs with these?
Are we losing employees because we're not paying enough?
And I don't think so.
I don't think so.
We pay more than any school district.
We're at the top,
We may not
we're at the top.
be
I think so.
The best employees.
I don't think so. I think when you start looking, apples to
I think we
apples.
need, so my motion was to table it till next month.
Yeah.
But if you're gonna do something next year, maybe we live with it for one more year as is. Let's not just throw a 2% because we're trying to, right? Trying to just throw something across the board isn't gonna solve the problem. We're just stretching, we're just delaying the
ask the
inevitable.
board to give us more time to do a really thorough.
Was that what you're
research
saying, is to do the
investigation.
thorough investigation over the period till next year?
That's correct.
So they've asked to take that part of their performance, pay plan and do a collaborative.
So do this for now,
Put that together.
and then you'll come back with in-depth research on what we do need to do next year.
But we're still gonna have an administrative problem. So it's not gonna, the positions she recommend, or we talked about, 2% isn't gonna make a difference on trying to hire an administrator. So either we make some adjustments to fix the administrator, or we just don't do anything because we're not gonna solve the problem. So either that's my thought, is either table it till next
I
month.
think a comprehensive analysis study would be
I like that.
would be the way to go right now and give you all time to do that. But before we step away from this conversation, one of the things that I want to go on record of saying that while we are a public school district, and I've said this many, many times before to various people individually, I don't view our teachers the same as I view teachers in public school districts.
Oh, and you're right.
Our instructors are industry professionals first and foremost. So our salaries need to be competitive with that industry. And then we make them teachers on top of that. If we don't, then you're gonna start losing very qualified instructors,
That's why
and we're
Les-
not gonna be able to fill the vacancies of the Agua Fria, the Peoria, the Paradise Valley, the Southeast Campus, because you're not paying the industry standards as opposed to school teacher standards. Now, that said, when I reviewed the audit report, picked out two districts, Peoria and Agua Fria. Agua Fria's average teacher salary went up by $21,000 from 2017 to 2024.
How much?
$21,000, so basically 3% per year is what they did, right? But then I flip back and I look at student accomplishments.
student capabilities and roughly 27% are passing, that means 73% are failing. We don't have that problem
They didn't get their money's worth.
in West-MEC. When we're graduating 1,600 people and 80% of them already have jobs at the time that they graduate. So when I look at it from my business perspective, my return on investment of paying these salaries is sky high. I'm completely pleased with, personally, with these. So just let me
And
go on.
also, I am all for doing an evaluation on this, but I also want to add that I've also looked at comparisons of other CTEDs, and we are by far pay the most money. If, like, just take for instance, EVIT, we pay $9,000 more.
Capability and performance versus what they're doing. And you look at that across the nation.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
You look at why is everybody coming to West-MEC to find out how you're doing and how,
Well,
so.
the east side goes to EVIT and the west side comes to West-MEC.
Well, no, I understand that, but if you look at the metrics of
We're getting kind of
performance.
off
Yeah,
the
yeah,
topic.
we are.
I hate to,
Yeah.
but I would agree with you on the teachers. I really feel like one teacher range for aviation, nursing, and cosmetology. They're different ranges, they pay different in the industry,
Absolutely.
and we need different ranges for teachers. I said that last year, there was pushback. I really feel like this isn't meeting our needs, and adding 2% on it doesn't meet our needs.
Okay, I somewhat hear a consensus here to table this item. Do I have a motion?
I'll second.
I'll motion that we table it.
You 30, is that? So, a motion made by Mr. Straka, seconded by Ms. Bosom. Call the question. All those in favor to table this, the item, the hiring ranges for 2025-2026 upon further review and additional information. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
I was expecting a nay. Okay,
You just want to be contrary.
yes,
No.
okay, motion passes.
So may I ask for a point of
Yes.
clarification in preparation for contracts, because we have hired employees for the 25-26 school year. And so would they, without the passing of a new salary ranges sheet, they would be subject to the 24-25. Is what you're saying for now?
We did not adjust that, so it'd be the same.
It'd be the same, correct? Okay, the third item. So we got past stipends and hiring ranges, okay. Third is motion to approve 4% salary increase for all employees, excluding substitute teachers and temporary employees for the 2025-2026 school year. Do I have a motion, a second, and then we can discuss?
I'll make a motion that we approve it.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion.
I have a clarification question. In years past, we've said you've had to be an employee by a certain date. So if they start as an employee today, do they get the 4% raise for next year? Or did they have to be here October 1st, November 1st?
There's currently, to your point, Mr. Straka, there's not anything in our policy that dictates a cutoff date and for when an employee would be eligible for an upcoming year increase. And so for now, if they are our employees by June 30th, once those, the raise goes into effect, they would receive it.
Okay. I would like to see something that, because if they negotiated salary in March, January, they should have been here at least
A year.
December 1st.
Yeah, at least a year before they are eligible for an increase.
That certainly is up to the board.
I would amend my motion to that they were hired by December 1st of this year to be eligible for a raise. It'd be over half the year.
Well, I don't know what 4% of the.
Well, we can discuss that too.
Oh.
Any other?
So Okay, repeat that again. What is the motion?
My amendment was, if you would accept is they had to be hired by December first of this year, or of last year,
Be eligible
for the
that.
4%,
Or any.
any increase.
Or any increase? Okay.
I do believe in years past, to your point, it seems like there was another date that was also used, and I wanna say it was spring break or something like that, where.
One year we used, they had to be here the whole year. I think it'd behoove us to have administration make a recommendation for the policy. But right now, since we don't have one, December 1st.
Okay.
Um,
Did you second that?
I did.
Okay. All right, call the question. Unless was there any discussion on that amendment?
Yeah, well, this is only a vote for this. Correct?
Are we discussing the amendment or are we discussing the 4%?
Discussing the amendment.
Okay, the amendment for December 1st.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Do we want to add this amendment? So we'll call the question. All those in favor of amending that only employees hired on December 1st, 2024 are eligible for the 4%.
Prior to December 1st.
Prior to
December 1st or earlier.
or earlier.
Okay.
Yeah,
Are eligible for a.
are eligible
For
for
the-
Increase.
for an
Which is
increase.
4% at this point of conversation.
All right,
Discuss the no.
yeah, no, we'll discuss. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say
Nay.
nay. Nay. So we have. Okay, or in two. So,
4-2, okay.
so the amendment passes. Okay, so we go back to the motion then. Do we motion to approve 4%? Or
Is there discussion?
Yeah.
any discussion?
I would like to discuss that. I'm looking at a lot of the increases that a lot of school districts are going with, and a lot of them are doing zero. Dysart is doing a 2% with a 3% retaining stipend. They're the only ones that are doing that. POSD is doing 2%. EVIT is doing 2.6. Now, mind you, their teachers are making $9,000 less than our teachers are. I would like to make a motion to,
You can only amend my motion. You can't make you can make a substitute motion, but you can't make a new motion. Because we have a motion on the floor.
okay, what motion?
So what are you wanting to address?
I would like to address the percentage.
Okay, so you make an amendment to the 4%.
So just the percentage. Yeah.
Yes, I'd like to make an amendment to adjust the percentage
To what amount?
to 2%.
Okay. Do we have a second for that amendment?
I'll second it.
No second that, okay. All right, so call the question to
So can we
adjust.
discuss that a little bit?
Yeah.
Because I'd like to, Ms. Mays, what are our member districts doing that have,
To Ms. Booth's point, I also did some checking and I had the same numbers, but the range that I saw was roughly 2% to 8%. One of our neighboring West Valley districts is offering an 8% raise.
is that Thomaston?
Yeah.
So Thomaston is out of control.
Yeah.
And
They got lots of money, I guess.
Agua Fria is doing 2%. And another district I spoke to there, they haven't made the approval or made the decision yet. Another district I talked to, they told their employees they have to see if they get more enrollment before they'll make a decision. So I would say from what I investigated, it was between 2% and 8%.
Possibly increases 3%. We discussed last month that 4% was reasonable.
the thing, and I'll go back on my soapbox, my annual soapbox, and I'll keep it short. You are professionals. Professionals get evaluated on their body of work, and that raise is not across the board. Laborers and blue collar people get an across the board negotiated rate. And so when we just do a flat across the board, it is a disservice to the professionalism of educators. That's my opinion. And this is the only organization I've ever been a part of that doesn't evaluate employees individually. And high performers get more than 4%, low performers get 1%. And it's a lot of work. The leadership has to calibrate and make sure that everybody across the board is treated fairly. But a flat across the board is a demotivator to me. And that's where, or 4%, 2%, whatever. And so that's where I just, you guys are professionals. I look at you as professionals, and doing a flat across the board, I have a problem with. So that's my.
Mr. Strong, I completely disagree, because most pay plans have the ability for a person to be able to get upskilled, reskilled, another degree. We have nothing there. We have ranges. There's no other way for West-MEC to get any additional compensation other than through the performance pay plan. But now the others have the ability to do that as well. But the cost of living is a 3% CPI. And I know you're gonna argue with that. I know that. You're gonna keep going till you get your way. I understand.
No,
I understand.
No, I'm just saying.
Totally get it. We discussed this for an hour and a half last month.
And I wasn't here last month.
And I understand that, but I still think it's reasonable for a 4% across the board raise. We are the best CTE in the state of Arizona. I think our employees deserve it.
About 10 years.
I think that's where we ought to stay.
What Dr. Spurgeon was saying, and I had a hard time getting there because I did all my life what you are doing now. If I worked, I got paid. If I didn't work, I didn't. You don't get paid. That's called commission. They don't work on commission. And it's taken me a long time to get there. So I agree with him, and we should go the 4%. That's what they're recommending. And there's no place like West-MEC in the whole United States of America.
Yeah,
Sometimes I think we just.
And because my concern with 2% is, like you said, cost of living is 2.6%. I would like to see 3.
Okay.
well, we already made a motion in a second. We don't have to, people can vote no, but we still have to vote on the motion on the floor. So, let's call the question. If it doesn't pass, then we can recommend a different percentage, unless, cause it's too late to amend, right? We don't wanna amend. You wanna amend?
I can amend my own amendment. Okay.
Sure, okay.
Okay, I will amend my motion to 3%.
And is your second approve of that?
Do you second the 3%?
3% increase?
I agree with you in a way, but it's a lot of work to delineate out each
Well,
employee.
that's the
Oh,
administration.
no, that's
job.
separate, that's
Yeah.
What you do is you just say a flat,
All right,
that's a discussion.
all
vote
right,
today.
I'll second it.
okay. All right, let's call the question. We'll do a verbal then. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against?
Me.
Okay, motion passes. 3-2. What's for future agenda items? And when and I forgot.
Could we get the update on when all the leader ceremonies are? And get that put on our calendar?
You know, typically we can do it, I'll share you the same thing as we put on top of the letter, all the upcoming events, I think these are all at the very top of that. So be looking for them. Now, we stopped the award letter in between when Lisa left and Sherry's coming in, so by the end of next week, you'll start getting those back again. About a three-week lull. Because she just got back her Monday, so I was without anybody for 3 weeks, so.
How's that work for you?
You just make it happen, so. Yeah.
Well, I know you.
I don't have anybody complain to or talk about my concerns. It's you. So I gotta get back in there.
We have a motion to adjourn the meeting. All right, a motion.
I'll third it. I'll motion to adjourn.
Linda seconds.
You're the motion after the second.